working in close coordination with central and state government bodies like CPWD, PWDs, municipal corporation, etc. ICI helps these bodies to adopt latest technologies and practices in infrastructure building. ICI members also participate actively in several committees of BIS. Focused towards advocating the concept of sustainability in construction practices, ICI is participating actively in the Asian Concrete Federation, a group of professional bodies of 10.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and a very warm welcome to all. I, Dr. Kavita Phasate, have the honor and privilege of being your Master of Ceremony for this prestigious two-day international conference on innovation in structural health monitoring and retrofitting of structure, organized by Indian Concrete Institute in association with Veer Mata Jijabai Technological Institute, Mumbai. We are delighted to have among us esteemed researchers, scholars, industry experts, academicians, and budding engineers from across the country gathered to share knowledge and foster innovation in the realm of structural engineering. This conference will facilitate knowledge sharing, promote the exchange of expertise, and encourage collaboration among concrete industry professionals, researchers, and academicians. To commence this esteemed gathering, I request our respected dignitaries to kindly take their places on the dais. I would like to warmly invite our chief guest, Dr. V. Ramchandra, President, Indian Concrete Institute, Professor Sachin D. Kore, Director, VJTI Mumbai, Engineer Radhakrishnan R., Secretary General, Indian Concrete Institute, Professor Abhay Bambole, Chairman, ICI Mumbai, Dr. Vishal Thomre, Convener of the conference, and Engineer Jitendra Pathak, Secretary, ICI Mumbai, and Engineer Manoj Kavalkar, President elected ICI Mumbai. I kindly request you all to please come forward and grace this dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. To begin with, I invite you all to rise and extend a warm welcome to our distinguished dignitaries. To invoke the blessing of Goddess Saraswati for wisdom and knowledge, let us begin this auspicious event with the tradition of lighting the lamp. I request our dignitaries to do the honors. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you, sir. May the light guide us in our pursuit of innovation and excellence. It is my honor to introduce Professor Abhay Bambole, a distinguished academic and a respected name in the field of structural engineering, and currently serve as a professor and Dean Infra in the Department of Structural Engineering in Veer Mata Jijabai Technological Institute, Mumbai. Professor Bambole holds expertise in bridge engineering with significant contribution in the areas of earthquake engineering, retrofitting of structures, and advanced construction materials. He has mentored numerous research scholars authored impactful publications, and is widely recognized for his leadership in academia. Please join us in warmly welcoming Professor Abhay Bambole to deliver the welcome address and brief us about the objective of the today's event. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita, for kind words. So, I welcome you all in the prestigious institute, the pioneering in the field of engineering education, which has been established in 1887, the Veer Mata Jijabai Technological Institute. Erstwhile, it was named as Victoria Jubilee Technical Institute. And it is my double privilege to be standing in front of you as a faculty of Veer Mata Jijabai Technological Institute, faculty of Structural Engineering, and another role as chairman ICI Mumbai Center. So, a year back, when the installation ceremony was done for the committee of ICI Mumbai Center, I was given the responsibility that there should be at least one conference in my tenure of 2 years, that we should be having one conference. And this is the endeavor. It is my humble effort with the support of the VJTI administration and all my colleagues, and especially Professor Sachin Kore, our honorable director, and the young and dynamic director under whose leadership we are expanding and leading the engineering education to the great extent. The theme of the 2 days conference, that innovation in structural monitoring and retrofitting of structures, it is very pertinent to the 2 days context. In India, there are more than around 2 lakhs bridges which require repairs, major repairs, rehabilitation, and around 50,000 bridges they require retrofitting, because the load demand has increased. And when I teach the subject of repair, retrofitting and rehabilitation, I try to tell my students there is a classic difference between the repair, rehabilitation and retrofitting. Retrofitting is the case where there is no problem with the current bridge, but the load demands, or the current building or current infrastructure, the load demand has increased. So, in order to cater for the increased load demand, which is normally the case in the current, mostly the infrastructure of India. So, there are, we need to know the latest techniques of retrofitting and strengthening. In addition to, you should know the latest techniques of the analysis of structures. Unless you analyze the structure properly, you cannot retrofit it. So, we will be deliberating, around 50% of our talk is being around the retrofitting of the structures. And then the structural health monitoring. Now, the National Highway Authority has come out with the circular, or all the infrastructure, major infrastructure, yesterday only Government of Maharashtra inaugurated the last leg of Samruddhi Highway. And to tell you that, the Samruddhi Highway was made instrumental by MSRDC, and then Mr. Anil Kumar Gaikwad has promised us that he will be there, but because the function went very late, and then he has been summoned for further development and support to other states to similar to the Samruddhi Highway, he has been summoned to Delhi today. So, yesterday night around 1 o'clock, we had got a message, Professor Bambole, please tell your director and your all committee that I will definitely join you some other day. So, structural monitoring is very important scenario nowadays, and each and every bridge and the roads and tunnel, there is a component of structural monitoring. So, it will be with every tender of construction of new infrastructure, there will be structural monitoring component will be there. So, we should be abreast, we should know what is structural monitoring. We in VJTI have been doing some work. Professor Sangre and myself, we are planning to develop a center of excellence in structural monitoring in VJTI. Almost all the IITs are working. So, this is in nutshell, about the conference and then our theme behind it. And I am sure that you will be, even though it is little humid in Mumbai, or rather quite humid, but we will be trying to make your stay and the complete attendance or the ambience comfortable. So once again, I welcome you all and enjoy the 2 days conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to sincerely thank Professor Abhay Bambole for the gracious welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a moment of great honor, the felicitation of our distinguished guests and contributors, whose presence and efforts have made and added immense value to this international conference on structural health monitoring and retrofitting of structures. May I now request Professor Sachin Kore, Director VJTI Mumbai, to kindly join us to felicitate our esteemed guest, Dr. V. Ramchandra, President, Indian Concrete Institute. Thank you, sir. I kindly request Engineer Manoj Kavalkar, President elected ICI Mumbai, to felicitate Professor Sachin Kore, Director VJTI Mumbai. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Engineer Jitendra Pathak, Secretary ICI Mumbai, to felicitate Engineer Manoj Kavalkar, President elected ICI Mumbai. President elected headquarters, engineer. Engineer Manoj Kavalkar is President elected headquarters, ICI Mumbai. President elected. Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Professor Abhay Bambole, Chairman ICI Mumbai, to felicitate Engineer Radhakrishnan, Secretary General, Indian Concrete Institute. Thank you, sir. I kindly request Engineer Hemendra Shirvato, Treasurer ICI Mumbai, to felicitate Dr. Vishal Thomre, convener of the today's conference. I request Professor Abhay Bambole to felicitate Dr. Vishal Thomre, convener of the today's conference. Thank you, sir. I kindly request Engineer Sanjay Almedkar, past Secretary, Mumbai ICI Center, to facilitate Professor Abhay Bambole, Chairman ICI Mumbai. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Engineer Prashant Sutone, Executive Committee Member, ICI Mumbai Center, to felicitate Engineer Jitendra Pathak, Secretary, ICI Mumbai. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce Dr. Vishal Thombre, Deputy Chief Engineer, Briha Mumbai Municipal Corporation and convener of the today's program, and Vice President, West ICI. Dr. Vishal Thombre is a committee member of H3 and H9 for the Indian Road Congress IRC and a TXD 30 committee member of the Bureau of Indian Standards BIS. Dr. Vishal Thombre is a member of various committees like Standing Technical Advisory Committee appointed by the Honorable High Court, the Specification Committee for Cold Mix, the Expert Technical Committee for Malabar Hill Landslides. Dr. Vishal Thombre is a Vice President of the American Concrete Institute India Chapter, Vice President of Indian Concrete Institute, and Treasurer of Indian Institute of Bridge Engineer. He was Chairman of the Environment Management Cell for the Mumbai Coastal Road Project. He is an Executive Committee member of Indian Geotechnical Society. So please join us in warmly welcoming Dr. Vishal Thombre to brief overview of the today's conference. Please, sir.
Well, good morning, one and all. Respected President Dr. Ramchandra, Indian Concrete Institute, respected Director Professor Dr. Sachin Kore sir, our Chairman ICI Mumbai, Professor Dr. Abhay Bambole sir, President-elect Mr. Manoj Kawalkar, he is President-elect for all over India, Indian Concrete Institute, and he has a special law for Mumbai. So welcome you, sir. Engineer Radhakrishnan, General, he is a Secretary General, Indian Concrete Institute, all over India. Our Secretary, Indian Concrete Institute, Engineer Jitendra Pathak, Mr. Hemendra, Treasurer, Indian Concrete Institute, Mumbai Center, all committee members of ICI Mumbai Centers, respected seniors, professors, my dear friends. It's my pleasure to be part of this important international seminars on retrofitting the health monitoring of structures, basically infrastructures. Talking about Mumbai, since I come from Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, we are the major players of giving basic amenities to our citizens, such as roads, stormwater drain, bridges, medical facilities, then various facilities which are directly concerned to our citizens, right from birth certificate, and even death certificate. So, Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, we are having employee of 1 lakh plus, and in that we are having 4,500 engineers working at various departments. Well, coming to road infrastructures in Mumbai, we are having 2,055 kilometers of road network, apart from MHADA, MMRDA, MSRDC, even private layouts and PWD. So we are we even recently, which is the talk of the town, Coastal Road, which all of us know. Please visit that project. Is fantastic project, which contains everything, right from bridges, reclamation, seawall, roads, landscaping, everything. For a civil engineer, this project is really ideal, and I was really lucky to be a part of this project. Even my engineers are sitting, BMC engineers, I welcome them all. Coming back to seminars, I will not take much time because our director has to attend one important seminar in University of Mumbai. So just a quick background about ICI in Mumbai, what we are doing in Mumbai. We are conducting various activities. For example, these activities, which is international seminars, national seminars. We conduct workshops at various intervals. We conduct various expert talks. In fact, with Adani Cement, there is one expert talk every month. That is also our one of the activities. Plus, we are having various students chapters at various locations. One chapter is of VJTI, IIT, Terna College, and many more. So for these students, we conduct essay competition, we conduct quiz competition. Even we help students for their dissertation if they want any specific information related to concrete or related to their project. Even we help them. As a part of ICI, nowadays students has to go in plant training. So even we help these students on various sites, on various laboratories. I think 4 weeks are there for students to go in industry and to work with them and again come back in next semester. So we help these students to have all these facilities. Even we, if any student want any ACI code or Australian code, any code which is related to his project, and he's not able to get it, so we just arrange for them, because students are our futures. So we always try to give maximum what we can give for students. For professionals, yes, we conduct various seminars, we conduct various site visits. Tomorrow we had conducted Coastal Road site visit for ICA members for Nagpur Center. So tomorrow they will be going for site visit. So even we had conducted site visit for professional in Mumbai, Mumbai, Pune Expressway. Missing link project is going on. There also, with the help of Professor Bambole sir and his team, we had visited that project. So whatever new technology is there, whatever new innovation is there, new material is there, we try to make awareness among our professionals and students. So these 2 days will be full of knowledge regarding retrofitting, health monitoring, and you will enjoy like anything. Please ask questions to all these experts, because these experts have came from different parts of country, even from abroad. So it's a very good. It will be a very good interaction between professional students and speakers. So I once again welcome you all for this 2 days conference under the chairmanship of Professor Dr. A.N. Bambole. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vishal Thomre, for providing us with clear and comprehensive overview of today's conference. It is with great honor and respect that I introduce Dr. Sachin Kore, Director, VJTI Mumbai, a premier and historic institution established in 1887, renowned for excellence in engineering, education, and research. Dr. Kore is a highly accomplished academician and visionary leader in the field of technical education. Throughout his career, Dr. Kore has been actively involved in promoting innovations, interdisciplinary collaboration, and industry-academia partnership. Under his able leadership, VJTI has significantly advanced in frontier areas such as structural health monitoring, retrofitting of structures, disaster resilience, and sustainable engineering solutions. As the patron of this international conference, Dr. Kore's supports and guidance have been instrumental in shaping its vision and impact. We are truly fortunate to have him among us as today. May I now privilege to request Dr. Sachin Kore to address today's gathering. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. A very good morning, Honorable Dr. Ramchandra, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, researchers, scientists, and engineers from all across India and internationally as well, those who are going to join us in online mode. It's a privilege and honor to stand here, very tall, being a patron of this particular conference. Thank you very much to ICI Mumbai, partnering with VJTI and hosting this conference in VJTI. It's a proud moment for all of us. Thank you to all the participants for joining us here. As most of you know, VJTI is a renowned institute with 138 years of rich legacy. We established in 1887, moved on this particular campus in 1923. More than 100 years we are here in this particular building where we are sitting right now. The C structure of our building is a heritage structure site. And that's the rich legacy we are carrying. We are the hub of engineering, where we take pride in saying that we are the one who mentored IIT Bombay when it got established. We are the one where the professors from VJTI went as directors to IIT Kanpur and IIT Madras. So we are the foundation for many, and the legacy is still continuing. Our professors make us proud, like Professor Abhay Bambole, Professor Sangre, who are sitting here. They are the backbone not only for the institute, but for the entire Maharashtra with their technical vision, understanding, and expertise. The growth of the entire infrastructure, not only in the city, but the entire region of Maharashtra is getting developed. And I'm very proud that such activities are taking place. I was discussing with Professor Bambole when he took me to Gokhale Barfiwala Bridge, such an ambitious project which he handled. And very curious, though not being an expert in structural or health monitoring as well, being my background in mechanical engineering, I asked him, sir, please explain me how are you going to really carry out this activity. So he nicely explained, even a layman can understand what is the innovative technology he's going to implement there. We actually visited that site. And we are very proud that VJTI under the leadership of Professor Bambole handled that ambitious project, and it's successfully delivered, now open to all public. It's a very excellent achievement. Similarly, many of our faculty members are handling ambitious projects. Professor Sangre is here. He is handling excellent projects like PM Usha and other facelifting projects, which are the renowned projects for Government of Maharashtra, and we are taking a lot of such activities. He himself has been awarded as the President of India Best Teacher Award from Honorable President of the country. We have very stalwarts in the institute. We run different projects and programs. I must brief you that recently we have set up a Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. We also have a Center of Excellence in Cyber Security. Government of Maharashtra has given us a funding about rupees 5 crore. With this, COE AI has been established. And we also have a Center of Excellence in Internet of Things. So why I'm mentioning all these things is because that all these areas will contribute in structural health monitoring, because the recent project of Maharashtra drone mission, which is a 200 crore project, where IIT Bombay is a central hub and we are one spoke. We have identified different areas of research, be it a structural health monitoring, using of drone technology for structural health monitoring. That's one of the area where our faculty members will be taking interest. When we generate a data with the help of piezoelectric sensors or various other sensors and transfer those with wireless technology or Internet of Things or with the Internet to the central hub of data processing, our COE AI can do wonders while doing the prediction for health monitoring and giving a preventive measures for such structures. So this interdisciplinary collaborations will take our institute as well as the entire fraternity will to the very great heights. We have a mechanical engineering where Professor Suryavanshi is working on various FRPs and testing them will be definitely useful. He's using 3D printing technology for developing such FRPs, and that can be used for retrofitting operation. It's a wonderful opportunity. I'm very happy that such kind of interdisciplinary areas are getting together, and we will also move forward in this particular direction. We look forward for such collaborations. I extend warm welcome to all of you, all engineers, scientists, and researchers to VJTI. And let's take this conference forward. With this, I wish you all best this 2 days international conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kore, for your inspiring words and sharing such a meaningful overview of VJTI's legacy and its significant role in the field of structural retrofitting and innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is a time to take a moment to express our heartfelt appreciation with the honor to felicitate and recognize those individuals whose dedication and contributions have played a vital role in the success of this conference. Their commitment and support have truly made a difference, and this is our humble way of saying thank you. To do the honors of felicitation, we are privileged to have with us Engineer P.Y. Manjure. Engineer P.Y. Manjure graduated with honors in civil engineering from College of Engineering, Pune in 1963. He has been an active member of Bridge Committee, Maintenance and Rehabilitation of Bridge Committee, Bearing Committee of Indian Road Congress. He was also in the Managing Committee of ING IABSE. He is on the panel of Bureau of Indian Standards for revision of IS 456. He was selected as Vice President for Indian Roads Congress for 15th session in the year 1991. He has written several papers in technical journals, and his papers on Nizamuddin Bridge and Chopan Bridge won IRC medals. He has presented papers on number of international forums such as FIB Congress in Amsterdam in 1998. He was awarded the S.B. Joshi Smruti Puraskar together with the citation for excellence in bridge and structural engineering. The Indian Concrete Institute has conferred on him Lifetime Achievement Award in September 2014. He was honored and felicitated in July 2018 by ING IABSE for his outstanding contribution in the field of bridge and structural engineering. He is honored in February 2014 by the Indian Institution of Bridge Engineers by Lifetime Achievement Award. He is presently Director of the President Prestress Concrete Company Limited. I now request our chief guest V. Ramchandra to felicitate our distinguished guest, Engineer P.Y. Manjure. Please, sir. Let's express our gratitude with a huge round of applause. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. But at the outset, I am very much grateful to Indian Concrete Institute and VJTI for bestowing this felicitation on me. The conference has the topic of structural health monitoring and retrofitting of structure, which is very dear to me, and I have given entire career for this discipline. In fact, this discipline is growing very rapidly by leaps and bounds. But I recall the days of 70s when words like retrofitting, rehabilitation, and upgradation, they were not known. It was just repair and maintenance. But come 70s, and there were some opportunities for us to do this type of activity. The trigger was one multi-storied building in Zuhu area, which was being constructed by Maharashtra Housing Board. It was a 15, 16 storied, very near to Cooper Hospital. And when the framework was completed, all beams were found to be cracked. The investigation was revealed that they are only shrinkage cracks because early stripping of the formwork. Now the housing board was very disturbed because all the prospective occupants had demanded the money back because nobody was willing to stay in that building. Mr. S.R. Wadekar, who was my friend and who came from my same native place, he said that something has to be done. We integrated all because there was no structural problem. It was only a surface crack. They were integrated with the epoxies. Now, epoxy is a very common commodity now, but in 70s, it was not so. So we requested Dr. Montero of Siba Gaigi to develop this for our integrating construction joints or cracks. So he developed that, and of course it was there on his agenda. Now he said that I am giving you this material, it will bond anything to anything except the hearts, and you can use it for the beams. And we did it, and even then, the occupants were not very satisfied. They were demanding money back from the housing board. Then we approached Dr. R.J. Limaye, who was in IIT, heading construction technology. He did testing of each and every beam, and it was proved that there is nothing wrong. And that gave satisfaction. So that was the beginning of our retrofitting. It was in late 70s. And the second trigger was a famous Thana Creek Bridge. You may be recalling that in early 80s, the span number 34 had cracked so severely that people were rather scared to travel on that. And the bridge was just 12 years old. So we adopted the technique of external precessing and salvaged that span. And later on, it was applied to span number 18 and many others. But this was just beginning. And then, since then, there was no looking back. And there are several people who had actually supported us for doing, it will be a big topic to talk. But in short, there were several people backing and supporting this. So this felicitation goes to them. My actually journey started in 1963, and during this course of my journey, so many stalwarts have guided me or inspired me. To say a few things, like Dr. S.V. Joshi, I had privilege to work with him for 6-7 years. Then Dr. Subbarao or Alim Chandani and many others. From them, we could get the in-depth knowledge about the structures, how to handle them, how they behave under the different type of loads, and there was no looking back. As you know, I am actually basically a precessing man since early 60s, when the precessing was not so common. Most of the engineering students used to have an optional subject like precessing, and it was like a small chapter. But we jumped into this field and developed technique of pre-stressing. And you know, this pre-stressing is a very innovative subject. There is an element of innovation in the birth of the pre-stressing itself when Monsieur Freycinet adopted it for salvaging marine harbor station in Normandy province of northern France, and which actually helped them in winning the Second World War. Otherwise, this naval building would have gone. So thanks to the pre-stressing technique. So I am basically in the pre-stressing, but this has actually drawn us into the field of rehabilitation, because there also, after Thana Creek, there were several bridges like Basin Creek and many others. We had salvage. We were just talking about the retrofitting and upgradation, Dr. Bambole has said. We have done, you will not believe, a meter gauge bridge converted into a broad gauge by using this technique between Mysore and Bangalore near Srirangapattan. There were 47 spans, and this bridge is still standing, withstood the test of time. In fact, I have personally involved into more than about 500 bridge projects in the country. And I am proud to say that not a single project has failed. But not only that, but many of the projects have surpassed their intended life. In contrast to today's thing, you will find that even after 10 or 12 years, I will not name the projects, but they are manifesting the problems of distress even after the life of 10, when the design life is taken for the bridge as 80 years or 100 years now. At IRCSP 112, stipulate 100 years of life. So if we have to see that our structures intended life is achieved, then this type of seminars and conferences will definitely help and guide. So in the field of pre-stressing, there are so many stalwarts like Dr. Lacroix or Dr. Limon, then Verluge. So many people I had been in touch with them, to name by a few. And even I had the privilege of meeting Dr. Leonard quite a few times for this Shastri Bridge in Allahabad. So we learned so many things from them about the structures, because they are international stalwarts. And that helped us in doing so many projects and so well, I believe. And that is how this discipline has been established. Not only this, last but not least, my management, because my thought goes to the management, they had given this encouragement and support to carry out all these structures. Because this is a rare quality. You will not believe this Buddha statue, there were two international companies, one was from the Dutch. We erected that statue in the Hussain Sagar Lake, and there were no takers, because in 91, there was a huge accident, you will be knowing, and the statue has fallen in the Hussain Sagar Lake. But not only the statue was salvaged, but was erected on the Gibraltar Rock. That time, our management was totally opposed. He said that don't touch this fire, you'll have. And the contract was no pay, no cure. So if you don't do the job, you will not get the money. Now they say that you will dissolve my company by doing such projects. But we had all the confidence. My engineering colleagues and our team was so confident, and we did that. And you see that this Buddha statue, which was weighing about 350 tons and 51 feet tall, has been erected in Hussain Sagar Lake, and it is standing still. So, like that, quite a few structures. This I just named one as a Buddha statue, but there was a Raymond silo when people were not willing to touch. The Singhanias went abroad and found there were no takers for doing that job. But we mad people went there and salvaged that within 10% cost of the new, without closing the cement plot that was salvaged. But that was also a no pay, no cure contract. So we had done such jobs. The engineers can do, we have, and I got all the inspirations from them. So this felicitation really goes to my team, my people, and those who have supported and inspired me through all this career. I'm sure that this seminar also will give you a lot of case studies about this retrofitting. It's a very upcoming subject. You'll not believe in New York State and Wisconsin State, the budget for retrofitting is 10 times more than the new construction. So this situation also will come in India soon, because by leaps and bounds, our new infrastructure is increasing and it needs to be maintained to desire life. So I wish you all the success for this conference, and thank you for this felicitation once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Engineer Manjure, for sharing your experiences in the field of pre-stressing and structural retrofitting. To do the honors of felicitation, we are privileged to have with us Engineer Kamal Hadkar, Managing Director, Sterling Engineering Consultancy Services Private Limited. Engineer Kamal Hadkar completed his Bachelor of Engineering degree from the University of Mumbai in 1963. After working under the guidance of his father, Mr. N.B. Hadkar, for 2 years, he proceeded to London, UK to acquire first-hand experience of working for a British firm of consulting engineers. In 1967, he was elected as an associate member of the Institution of Structural Engineers, UK. He returned to India in 1968 and joined the rapidly expanding practice of his father. In the years that followed, he was actively involved in the structural design of prestigious high-rise buildings and major sports complexes in the country as well as abroad. His innovative approach to design and constant search for efficient structural solutions secured him an excellent reputation. Kamal Hadkar has distinguished himself in the design of some of the country's most prominent landmarks. For the Asian Games held in New Delhi in 1982, he led a team of structural designers for the prestigious Indira Gandhi Stadium and other surrounding structures. Engineer Kamal Hadkar has gained valuable experience of working with well-known Indian as well as international architects. Engineer Kamal Hadkar has played a key role in achieving sustained growth for the company across 5 decades and is now better poised to face the challenges of the future. I would like to request Dr. V. Ramchandra, our chief guest, to felicitate Engineer Kamal Hadkar. Please, sir. Please join me in applauding their remarkable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Kamal Hadkar. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Engineer Kamal Hadkar to share their insights and experiences. Please, sir.
I'm delighted to be here for many reasons. First and foremost, VJTI is my institute. And that's the reason some people found it very funny. When I came here, I first looked for the batata vada. which was a which was a very regular thing in my days. Uh, Now, it's a very great opportunity to be here on the dais with such dignitaries and people with varied experience and excellent achievements. I feel myself, very small in front of them, and especially, you heard Mr. Manjure, who in the year 1963 he graduated. I also graduated in 1963 from VJTI, but look at him. Look at his achievements. I've done nothing. So whatever I have in the field of structural engineering is there for other people to see, but today's seminar is on innovation in structural health monitoring and retrofitting of structures. So there are many experts here, but as a professional practitioner running this firm of consultancy, I had different challenges. And that's why today I'm going to talk about only 5 or 6 projects, real life projects, where what was my experience and what was different from the normal retrofitting jobs. So I just got a list of jobs on which I'll shed some light. I think the first adventurous project was SR Towers. SR Towers is in front of Mahalakshmi Race Course. It was started in the year 1965, 67 or something like that, and it was publicized as a very tall building with revolving restaurant on top, and it got a lot of publicity. But it came to a halt when in Mumbai there was a recession and there were no buyers, and therefore Ruya, who was the developer, he raised his hands up. He said, I don't want to construct this building or finish this building. And later on, this building got deteriorated. There is a long history of what happened in between. But what we did finally was a remarkable retrofitting job. Architects Raja Ederi and Associates, they came to us with a very, very peculiar request. They said the building is terrible, it is dangerous. Municipality had also given a notice not to come near the building. It was barricaded. And Raja Ederi said that if we demolish this building, Ruya's, or in those days, I think Narangs were the owners, they will not get permission to construct the building at the same spot because of new bylaws. So they will lose a lot. So Kamal, do something and think of something. So we were the original designers of the building. I mean, the original design was ours. So it had slabs which were spanning 18 feet. They were ribbed slabs. And because of the height restriction or whatever, and in those days people had a fancy for low false ceiling height, and the floor-to-floor height was also restricted. So what we did was, this building, which is so dangerous, was propped up first. We did all the studies and introduced only 4 new columns in the center. And piling was done, and the new columns rose, and they went through the building at every 5 floors, I think, interval. We demolished the existing slab and constructed a flat slab. Again, demolished on the 5th, the 10th, the 15th, and the 20th. We went on doing flat slabs. This divided the building into 4 compartments, where turn by turn, somewhere in one compartment, dismantling was going on, in other compartment, new formwork was being laid, 3rd compartment, reinforcement was being laid, 4th compartment, concreting was going on. So we could finish the building with flat slab construction, making everybody happy, and the load on the peripheral columns was less than half because you introduced the new columns in the center. And the building that stands today there has no problems. Now, many of you, if you visit this building, you won't even know that it was completely scooped out from inside, and a new construction was carried out, dismantling the existing slabs and reconstructing them in a multi-storied building without allowing it to collapse. Now, with the success of this building, I think Crossroads building on, it is on Crossroads 1 is not very far from Haji Ali, and many of you may have seen it also from outside. That has a very peculiar story. Again, it was purchased by Piramals, that property, from a pharmaceutical company. And in that property, there were 3 buildings. One was a manufacturing building, another was administrative building, third was some storage or something like that building. And Piramals had appointed a Singapore-based architectural firm to create a mall there. So the mall was designed very well, it looked very attractive, and Piramals were very excited. But municipality said, sorry, you can't construct a mall because you have no place for car parking at all, and we already have parking problems. So there, Piramals thought that these people, adventurous people who have done this building in front of racecourse, are the right people to come and suggest something. And we were fortunate in suggesting a scheme where we approached it systematically. And this is, I think, one of the important things, exercises that you will do when you handle any building for retrofitting. First, you must have the proper as-built drawings with reinforcement, and whatever is already constructed, you must have a proper soil investigation report, and then touch the building. So here, what we found that there was a scope for, first of all, reducing the dead load. All the floor finishes, in all the 3 buildings, the floor finishes were removed, there was no live load, and the columns began to carry only 50% of the load. Now, with those columns, on this, around the columns, at the plinth level, we could do piling. With piling, on 4 piles on each, around each column, we broke through the existing spread footings. The broken part was ignored, and only the central part of the footing was good enough to carry the 50% load. That calculation we had to do, and it was done successfully. Then the adventurous part was that the piles were extended and a pile cap was cast at ground floor level, which was exactly serving the purpose of a pile cap as well as drop panel of a flat slab. So it initially worked as a pile cap. The pile cap embraced the column. Column had grooves, column had dowels, or rather drilled pins, and entire column load was transferred to the 4 columns. Then the column below and the old foundation was all dismantled, and we cast a new basement slab, and a basement for car parking was created below the existing buildings without allowing any building to develop any cracks. So this is some kind of innovative approach to designing. These sort of things become necessary only when bylaws don't allow you to repair the building in its place. I mean, they say if you want to, this building should be dismantled and reconstructed according to new bylaws. So that was such a situation. I don't want to delay this because there are other speakers also. I think we had similar experience in Khyber restaurant where there was a big fire and everything was burnt out and people said this building should be demolished. But when we inspected, we found that there were very strong timber beams, and timber has a beautiful fire resistance. And I could find out from textbooks also that if timber is subjected to fire, a solid timber section takes a long time to burn. It's only the timber shavings or plywood which burns very fast. So here the beams were salvaged, the columns were good, the load-bearing walls were good, and we strengthened it and got things done. Then another way of doing something tricky was in Deutsche Bank building near VT station. If you happen to be there, you will find that now the building is called Deutsche Bank. Earlier, for many years, it was Tata Palace. And when Deutsche Bank people came to us for retrofit, or rather doing a proper survey, we found that the building had many floating columns because Tatas over the generations had their requirements changing. And although they lived very simple life, they were very fussy about what they want, and there was no compromise. So they had toilets somewhere, walls somewhere with no column below, and it was quite scary. So design calculations wise, it was not possible. So again, I would suggest that those of you young engineers who will come across anything for restoring or replacing, repairing, please make sure that you have as-built drawings, see what you are touching, whether it is safe already or it is unsafe, strengthen it first and then proceed further. One similar experience again in Glaxo headquarters building, where the building was in sound condition. Glaxo was a very good pharmaceutical company maintaining its building, but they had now a greater demand for bringing in the offices on this building. And their architects said, no, we don't have capacity because your building ground and one upper is not designed for the second floor and so on. So there, very briefly, what we had to do around the existing building, and you can see if you go to Glaxo, you will see some columns on the periphery. And they look like ornamental things, but they are functional because on those columns, we had trusses, steel trusses, over the over the terrace, and therefore in municipal calculations, the second floor, the terrace was covered and it was allowed legally. Then all the dead weight, the landscaping and everything was removed. That floor got converted into office, and the trusses had pre-designed suspended columns. So I think there are 3 rows of steel columns. They held the structure suspended so that the ground floor could be completely redesigned. And Glaxo people were very happy because their new requirements with new division of spaces was possible. And then new columns were again taken from foundation to support this. So this kind of jugglery or acrobatics is also possible when we want to handle a challenge. Talking about challenges, there was a building in Dubai where municipality did not allow the owner the completion certificate because the driveway entering the basement had a sharp 90-degree turn, and Dubai municipality had a very strict officer who applied the gadgets to show that the turning radius was not adequate. And if you say I will go back and forth and then park real like Mumbai style, that was not permitted in Dubai. So the architect knew me, Nabil Arif is his name, and he invited me and said, please do something. There we had to float the external column on steel. Silently, without the occupants. I mean, 2 floors in that building were occupied also. They did not know what was going on under their feet in the basement, and 1 column was completely removed. So the driveway was therefore possible. So demolition and reconstruction can be very challenging, and it is going to become more and more challenging in city like Mumbai because the demand on FSI and all that is increasing. People want taller buildings, more number of floors, more FSI, more cars, more therefore car parking places, bigger water tanks, bigger disposal, sewage treatment plants, all kinds of things are happening, and therefore within a small space we will have to deal with several structural problems. So with all these challenges, I'm sure the next generation is going to get some very exciting opportunities. Today, I'm very happy. I'm grateful to the organizations for allowing me to come and make this small presentation about repairs and reconstruction, and encourage young engineers to look at reconstruction as an opportunity to test your own engineering skills. Thank you very much. Can I use this? Yes. Yeah, इथून जातो. ठीक आहे.
Thank you, Engineer Kamal Hadkar sir, for sharing your valuable experience. To honor a felicitation, we are privileged to have with us Engineer Vikas Ramgude. Engineer Vikas Ramgude obtained his degree in civil engineering from Government College of Engineering, Pune in 1989 and Master in Engineering from Government College of Engineering, Pune in 1994. Working with PWD, and he is currently working as Joint Managing Director, Maharashtra State Development Department, Corporation, Mumbai. He has total 35 years of experience. His experience from PWD includes Assistant Executive Engineer for 4 years, work as Executive Engineer for 16 years, Superintending Engineers for 1.5 years. He has designed more than 800 RCC buildings and proof checked nearly 600 buildings. He also involved in several activities such as scrutiny of detailed estimates of draft tender paper of 60 major bridges, 500 buildings and 9 road work costing more than 1500 crore. Designed more than 900 major bridges including site selection. He also worked as Joint Director, Maharashtra Engineering Training Academy, Nashik for 3 years and conducted 1 year direct recruit training for 300 Class 1 officers of PWD and WRD. He has conducted He also received several awards such as Outstanding Engineers Award for Engineering by Government of Maharashtra in 2004, Outstanding Engineers Award for Engineering by Government of Maharashtra in 2019, Hiroji Indurkar Level Outstanding Civil Engineering Award in 2023, as well as he was awarded for Best Design 2023 of Masgaon Court Building. Awarded for preparation of type plan of bridge in 2023 and presently working as chairman IIBE Navi Mumbai chapter. I would like to invite Dr. V. Ramchandra, our chief guest, to felicitate Engineer Vikas Ramgode. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Engineer Vikas Ramgode to share their views.
Dr. Ramchandra, Dr. Kore, the dignitaries on the dais, the giants of repairs and rehabilitation. Dr. Manjure started his career, even I was not born. Same thing is with Kamal Hadkar. He was pronounced as Kamal Hadkar. So yes, I said to him that it is for the Kamal what you have done in structural engineering. Honorable Bungurwar sir is also there. He is one of the giant in government part, and it is we are very fortunate to hear that SHOEP people, VJTI people and IIT people you are honoring. So these are Ganga, Jamuna, Saraswati, and what the Dr. Kore precisely said that IITs are of young generation, VJTI and SHOEP are the forefathers of the engineering education in the state, not even in the state, in the country. I was wondering why I am being honored, because they have the standing experience and so many years. But when I am a devotee of Lord Vithala, and I always see that there are palkhis of Sant Jnaneshwar Nivrittinath, and also there is a palkhi of Sant Muktabai. What she said, मुंगी उडाली आकाशी, तर या सगळ्या लोकांच्या कंपॅरिझनमध्ये माझं स्थान मुंगी एवढंच आहे. and if they are the sun, I am just like a little candle. But it might be they want, or they are warning, or they are asking me to at least increase to some larger candle where I am getting lightened this time. I will not take much time, because once Mark Twain said, if there is a pre-decided something, don't go across it. मराठी भाषेमध्ये मार्टिनला ह्याला विचारलं होतं की मार्क ट्वेनला की आपण शिकला का नाही, तर ते म्हणे माझे शिकायची खूप इच्छा होती, पण माझ्या आणि शिक्षणामध्ये शाळा आडवी गेली. Today you are going to listen to all eminent personalities on repair and rehabilitation. So when you don't have much to talk, it is better to take the help of sense of humor that I have learned across my 35 years. And I am fortunate. So I am fortunate here to talk on the dais of COAP, VJTI, IIT just because of my illiterate parents and my teachers. Basically, I always say I am the product of my teachers because they shaped me. I am also product of my students, and you know, I would not, as a teacher, I could not disturb Professor Keshav Sangre too much, so that he could progress and he could achieve the, he could get award from the, in the hands of president. He was my student at diploma. So I am fortunate that I could not have disturbed him so much, so that he could continue his spirit. And so regarding the repair, rehabilitation and retrofitting, I will just say that the many things are spoken, but I want to say that these things are required because of human need and human greed. Then bad quality, bad designs, change of functions, and जसं काळाच्या उदरात काय लपलंय तर आजचं लोडिंग आय एम ऑलवेज आस्किंग आय एम द मेंबर ऑफ IRC committees, but there are the learned people like Manjure sir and our Dr. Bongirwar sir. So I will not talk much about it, but because of change of say use and the axle loads are day by day they are increasing. People are saying that the bridges which are constructed at the time of great Ahilyadevi Holkar and even in the era of Shivaji Maharaj, and the oldest bridge which the PWD is having near Nagotne is constructed by Sultan of Chol, which is 450 years old. Why your bridges are collapsing at 30 years or something like that? So people are forgetting some things. In the era of Shivaji Maharaj or the Sultan of Chol, there were only bullock carts, there were only horses, buggies, there were no highways, no continuous. Even you see that the entire bridges or flyovers which are constructed in Bombay, 54 flyovers by Bongirwar sir, he was the leader, and the same Pune Mumbai expressway, what was the amount of the tonnage which was flowing over the bridges on Mumbai Pune expressway, it goes to 4 or 5 fold during this year, this particular 20-25 years. So environmental issues are there. Then there is a heavy loading, and initially it was only the arches, masonry, unprocessed materials, arch form, no tension, no crack. We are all suffering from the tensions and cracking, you know. So because we are using the cement as a binding material and now prosperity as our motto, we are getting suffered from that. So we have to always be logical. There was no CTD bars, no corrosion, no cracking, no further corrosion, no further cracking. So that is the one of the reason that we require to go for repairs and retrofitting. Professor Bombole and Vishal Thumbre, these are very good friends of ours. And in PWD, these bridges where we have gone for repair and rehabilitation, the most of the cases we were associated with Professor Bombole. Will definitely say that he might have learned something from, and it was very fortunate that his two students, one of my colleague, Sonbar say, she is also one of these key personality in this, and his another student, Dr. Mangesh Joshi, is going to speak. He is the modern, he will be the modern PY Manjure of the, in the say era of the repair and rehabilitation, I will see. So this is what the association with VJTI, and I always wonder that I have a very, I'm very comfortable in 3 campuses, that COAP campus, VJTI campus starting from Professor Sundaram and Professor G.B. Chaudhary, in COAP campus with Dr. Phatak and Professor Dr. Kasmalkar, and the entire geotechnical faculty of IIT and structural engineering faculty of IIT. So I always say in a lighter mode that की जेव्हा कधी VJTI बांधला असेल त्याच्या आधीच्या जनरेशनमध्ये माझं एखादं खाचर इथं असेल, माझ्या एखाद्या बांधावरती शिओपीची एखादी क्लासरूम झालेली असेल आणि कुठंतरी IITच्या त्या लेकच्या इथं कुठंतरी मी होडी बांधत असेल आधीच्या जनरेशनमध्ये. सो आय विल नॉट टेक युअर मच टाईम. आय विल I am expressing my sincere thanks for honoring me, and you will have a very fantastic time. And the science of repair rehabilitation of the structure, it was initially it was art, now it is somewhat going to become a technology, because initially all stalwarts will be agree with me that it was the thumb rule that if we will do this, it will work. And many times, not many times, 100 times it has worked, but optimization is now required. The advanced materials, their characterization is required, and lastly, in the words of Lord Buddha, we have to decide that what we want, what is the cause of distress, and what will repair, what will strengthen, what will rehabilitate it to the requirement of our function. So I wish you all have a very nice day and very learning sessions during this 2 days seminar. Thank you very much.
Well, it was really inspiring talk of all the three special guests today. In addition to that, we would like to welcome a few dignitaries who had come all the way from different parts of our country. I would like to welcome Mr. Shantilal Jain, who is chairman of ISSE, Indian Society for Structural Engineers. I request Dr. Ramchandra to welcome Mr. Shantilal Jain from ISSE. He is a chairman and he has conducted many lectures through ISSE, through Institution of Engineers, and he is really close associated with Indian Concrete Institute. Welcome you, sir. I would also welcome Professor Sangle from VJTI. I request our director, sir, Professor Sachin Kori, sir, to welcome Professor Sangle. Many dignitaries had talked about Professor Sangle, what a wonderful job he has done in civil engineering fraternity. Welcome you, sir. I would also welcome our dear friend Mr. Praveen Chaudhary, Professor Praveen Chaudhary. He was instrumental behind these seminars, and he's always with ISSE, ICI, and different professional institute. His students, we all come to us, and we always guide his students. So I request Director Sir to welcome Professor Chaudhary. I also would like to welcome Professor Deshmukh from VJTI. Please come. Solanki, sorry. Professor Solanki. He is actively involved in Indian Society for Geotechnical. Deshmukh, sir. He is not there. Okay. Solanki, sir, please. Professor Deshmukh is not there. I would request Professor Solanki. Our President. I would also welcome our Vice President South, Mr. Vishwanath. Dr. Nagendra. He has come all the way from Bangalore. I request Dr. Ramchandra. I would also request, welcome Mr. Vaibhav Gandhi from Mumbai Municipal Corporation. He is head of Coastal Road, which is going to be in western side, which will be up to Dahisar, from Warsaw to Dahisar. He is in charge of this new Coastal Road. Welcome you, sir, on behalf of BMC. I request Director, sir, to welcome him. He is also student of VJTI, alumni of VJTI, and he is doing wonderful job in BMC. Very active. I would also welcome Professor Mishra. He has come all the way from Jammu. From IIT Jammu, Jammu Kashmir. Welcome you, Professor Mishra, from IIT Kashmir. I would welcome young, dynamic lady, Jennifer Lewis. She is chairman from Goa chapter. Just recently she had taken charge from Goa. She is from Goa, and recently installation program was there has completed in Goa. Welcome you, madam. I request Director Sachin sir to welcome her. Last but not the least, I welcome Mr. P.P. Deshpande he is a chairman from Indian Concrete Institute, Nagpur Center. So I request our ICI President and Professor Sachin sir to welcome him. I also welcome all the GCs who had come all the way from different parts of our country, Indian Concrete Institute. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Kavita.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is a time to hear from our chief guest, Dr. V. Ramchandra, President, ICI, Principal Advisor, Tech Ultratech Cement Limited, Mumbai. Dr. V. Ramchandra initiated for the construction industry through technology demonstration projects on white topping in Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad and Kharagpur. Alternative technologies for mass housing projects and development of new cements and building products. He worked in professional organizations such as industry, academy, work as executive committee member, Asian Concrete Institute, Bangkok, member of Academia Council in autonomous institutions and universities, member of Board of Studies, Civil Engineering in several universities and institutions. Dr. V. Ramchandra participates in events such as invited speaker at Kumamoto University, Japan in 2013. In 2017 and 19, he also involved in events such as member of Indian delegation of BIS to ISO convention at Japan and USA. In construction industry, he has visits to Russia, Europe, Indonesia, Australia and Middle East. Currently, he works as a member of Rigid Pavement Committee, Indian Road Congress, New Delhi, member of Civil Engineering Division Council, Bureau of Indian Standard, BIS, New Delhi, member CED2 5 Committee for the revision of IS 456-2000, as a member of Technical Committee, Cement Manufacturers Association, New Delhi. I would like to invite Dr. V. Ramchandra for the inaugural address. Please, sir.
dignitaries on the dais, Professor Sachin Kore, the director of this great institute, VJTI, Mr. Radhakrishnan, the Secretary General of ICI, Professor Ajay Bumbole, Dr. Vishal Tombre, my good friends Mr. Manoj Kavalkar and Jitendra Patak, and the galaxy of people sitting here in front of me, including Mr. Kamal Hedkar, Mr. P.Y. Manjure, and Mr. Bongirwar, Mr. Vikas and Professor Keshav Sangle, and all my colleagues and friends in Indian Concrete Institute. It is a matter of pleasure for me to come to this institute for more than one reason, I should say. VJTI is a very well-known institute. I have come here earlier to the same auditorium, to the same place. This is the second time. That is my pleasure. And secondly, because I was a teacher for about 2 decades before coming to the industry, I was a teacher I was teaching. Therefore, coming back to an institute where students are there is always a matter of pleasure. Now, coming to today's program on structural health monitoring and also retrofitting of structures. Yes, construction industry is the second largest in India, but within construction industry, this reconstruction industry also is growing quite big. But there are some concerns. This has remained mostly or largely, it is a fragmented industry, and it is a very unorganized industry mostly. There are very few organized people working in this. But if you look at the numbers, it is quite encouraging. The annual outlay for this repair rehabilitation industry in India today is estimated to be about 40 to 50 billion dollars. It comes to about 3 to 4 lakh crores per year. That is the size of this industry. Therefore, we cannot ignore this industry at all. How do we arrive at this? Very quickly, very approximate calculation. I tell you, India produces about 1.5 to 2 billion meter cube of concrete per year. And if you take 50 years time, it will come to about 100. Even if you take it very conservatively, it will come to about 55 to 60 billion meter cube of concrete any time it requires repairs. And out of the total cement that is produced in the country, about 6% of the cement, which roughly comes to about 30 million tons of cement, goes only for repair and rehabilitation. Therefore, this industry is quite huge. As I said, it remains largely unorganized, and we are dealing with the prevailing strength of this industry, or the concrete in this industry, is only M15, M20, which was the kind of concrete that we were making long back. So we are treating concrete of grade 15, 20 MPa only. And we have to deal with whatever the cement that was available at that time, high water cement that was likely used at that time, low concrete cover, plus these issues of chloride attack, carbonation, and so on. Therefore, the size of this industry cannot be underestimated. It needs to be taught in our curriculum. Many universities, for whatever reason, they don't have this in their syllabus, because there are so many other things that have come into the civil engineering syllabus, including, our students need to learn Constitution of India. And for your information, in one of the universities, I also saw a subject for civil engineers, biology for engineers. That is a mandatory subject that they have to study. In a lighter sense, I asked the head of that institution, okay, very good, you have biology for engineers. When are you teaching zoology for engineers? And they said, yes, it is under our consideration. So obviously, when we are teaching all that, there is no space for subjects like repair and rehabilitation, but it is very much essential. Our engineers need to be trained, and more than that, our workers need to be trained. That is the biggest problem that we have in India. Therefore, training, skilling of workers is needed, skilling of engineers is needed, and specialization in these multiple areas of non-destructive testing, material specialization, and corrosion experts, carbonation related studies, and so on. Of course, not to forget waterproofing. As long as we keep on constructing, waterproofing will always remain green in our construction industry. Therefore, this repair industry need to be organized, and Indian Concrete Institute, as you all know, it has 48 centers across the country, and it has more than 15,000 members. There are quite a few people who are working in this area of repair and rehabilitation. And ICI, maybe you are aware, already there are 8-9 handbooks published by ICI for practicing engineers. And now, very shortly, we are coming out with a handbook on repair, rehabilitation, and retrofitting of engineers. In fact, a technical group is working on this. Very shortly, they will come out with this. And our director, Professor Sachin Kore, mentioned about the initiatives of VJTI in the area of Internet of Things, AI, ML, drones, etc. Drones are already being used in the area of, if you have to survey a road, maybe in Mumbai, you cannot manually do it at all. You should do it only with drones. No road is free in Mumbai, anytime 24/7. AI and ML already have applications in civil engineering. Therefore, I am very sure this institute and the Department of Civil Engineering will make use of all these facilities of AI and ML, and it will be useful. Thank you all very much, and I wish you all a happy 2 days of learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramchandra, for your insightful and motivating words. Now it is a time for vote of thanks. I would like to request Mr. Jitendra Pathak, Secretary ICI Mumbai, to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. Good morning, everyone, or rather I should say good afternoon, everyone. I know many of us requires structural health monitoring. Actually, everyone is tired with a long inaugural session and a rehabilitation with a good coffee. I won't take much of your time, just 2-3 minutes. It's my deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Ramchandra, for gracing this occasion. It has been really nice of him sharing facts and figures of the entire industry and the contribution which ICI is making, sharing the information about in the development of knowledge sharing books and the codes and what ICI is contributing. With a technical background actually and a contribution of lot of commercial aspects, I definitely love facts and figures, and that's why I liked his speech actually. Numbers always excite me. Thank you, Dr. Kore. It has been really honor for allowing ICI to get associated with VJTI and helping us with lot of support from the institute. This occasion, this conference would not have been a success without his support, without the support of VJTI as an institute and its students. I would rather request everyone to give a clap for all the students. They have been working tirelessly late night and since early morning today. Thank you. Lastly, and actually the 3 awardees who have been facilitated, it's quite emotional for me when Dr. Manjure was facilitated here. I started my post-tensioning or pre-stressing career late in 99, and he was my first teacher for that, where I learned actually what is post-tensioning and pre-stressing. So thank you sir for gracing this occasion and honoring us by accepting our invitation. Thank you Kamal Hadkar sir. I have worked with you for a few of the projects, and it's definitely everyone in this auditorium knows about your contribution to the industry, in particular to real estate, what you have done, what you have achieved as an institute. Thank you, Vikas sir. It has been actually, I don't know what to say and how to thank you. I could not find. I actually wanted to thank you in some humorous way, because that would be the right honor. But I could not recollect immediately some good words actually for you. It's just a great thank you for making this event lively. Definitely तुम्ही जे मराठीत म्हटलं सर, इट वॉज अ रिअली बरीच लोक झोपण्याच्या मूडमध्ये होते, ते जागे झाले. सो ॲटलिस्ट आणि जस्ट कपल ऑफ स्पीच अगोदर तुमचा होता, तो लोक माझा वोट ऑफ थँक्स ऐकतात जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ यू. थँक्यू. थँक्यू. वी विल ब्रेक हिअर अँड देन वी विल स्टार्ट नेक्स्ट सेशन. थँक्यू एव्हरीवन. Guys, just wait for 2 minutes. There will be national anthem run, and then after that we will break.
For 15 minutes.
Madam announce करते हैं national anthem.
आपल्याला 15 मिनिटात परत यायचं आहे. 15 मिनिटात चहा पिऊन. So we should be there by 12:20.
with students' chapters all over the country, and the numbers are constantly increasing. Each chapter is focused on bridging the gap between basic theoretical knowledge and professional practice by imparting requisite knowledge to budding engineers. ICI identifies, recognizes, and awards the experts in the field of concrete for their contributions to the development of concrete technology and concrete construction. Every year, 16 such awards are presented at the time of AGM.
मनोज कावलकर सरांना बोलवतो चालेल ना
To disseminate knowledge, ICI brings out several publications with the help of technical committees for the benefit of practicing technocrats. Its journal is of national repute today. Very soon, a journal of international standards will be brought out in collaboration with a world-renowned publisher. Every dawn at ICI summons a new approach and new initiatives to create milestones in the journey of concrete construction in India.
काय नाही मॅम पण खूप छान
ICI has enabled the multifaceted and rapid development of concrete construction in a well-planned manner. It stands proud today with a distinguished reputation as a forerunner and a binding force in the civil engineering industry in India. Come, join and strengthen ICI. Let us make our concrete structures sustainable, durable, and best in the
आता
world.
इंजिनियर विजय देसाई
दुसरे साहेब आलेत का
हो
कुठे आहेत? बसलेले आहेत?
मगाशी येऊन गेलेले
आहेत बसलेले आहेत ठीक आहे सुरू करा
Are you a procrastinator and you don't lift your finger till the 11th hour?
तुझी
And
इतकी
does it
वर्ष होते
make-
ना ठीक आहे सुरू करायचं ना? Okay. To resume this session and taking it forward, it's my privilege to invite our esteemed session chair, Engineer Kamal Hadkar sir, Managing Director, Engineering Services on this stage. Kamal Hadkar sir. अरे यार कमल sir is coming in 2 minutes. Let's wait for them. So here we are having Kamal Hadkar sir. I request them to come on the stage and be the chair session. Sir, please. I now request Engineer Manoj Kavlekar sir, President elected ICICI Mumbai, kindly join us to facilitate our esteemed session chair Kamal Hadkar sir, Managing Director of Sterling Engineering Consultancy. Thank you, Manoj sir. Kamal sir, we are honored to have you with us, and I now hand over the proceedings of session to you. Thank you. Now let us invite our speaker VJTI Desai sir on the stage. Since 2014, ample member of Dam Safety Review Panel as a Dam Safety Expert for Chhattisgarh, Gujarat and Telangana State. Consultancy to Dimple Chemicals and Service Private Limited, Pune. Director of Kego Consultant Services, Pune. I Rov Cochin, a leading company in the field of underwater inspection of dam and structures using remote operated vehicles. Navin Engineering and Specialty Chemicals Private Limited, leading company providing services in high-class coatings to civil engineering structures and underwater services, Belgaum, Karnataka. Being a reviewer of technical papers for American Concrete Institute, author of Technical Memorandum, Strengthening of Hydraulic Structure by Epoxy Grouting. About 40 research papers in the subject of repairs and rehabilitation of hydraulic structure, concrete technology, etc. Having wide experience in the field of inspection, repairs and rehabs of major hydraulic structure like dams, aqueducts, bridges, ports, etc. Now let us hand over to the Vijay Desai sir for the topic of polyironite ceramic cementitious and innovative technology beyond books for hydraulic structure, bridges, ports and bridges and roads. Thank you. Hand over to sir. You.
Yeah. I am Mr. Vijay Desai. I welcome you all for this session. I think my topic will cover whatever the terms they have come in the theme of this conference, that is innovative as well as structures. But the structures I will be dealing will be the major structures, that is the dam. I will also deal with the bridges, roads, ports also, etc. The mainly will be the dams, how the dams are being retrofitted. See, mainly the materials. The material I will be dealing with the polyionide ceramic cementitious technology. This is not a patented material as such, but it is a technology developed by Dimple Chemicals. It is a small-scale industry in the Pune. All the materials, whatever the Dimple Chemicals manufacture, they are made in India. Not a single component of the material is being imported, and these are used for last 20 years for the repairs of major hydraulic structures like dams, bridges, and repairs, etc. It is a small-scale industry in Pune again, in the area of about 5,600 square meter, with average capacity of 10,000 tons per annum. It is being manufactured in this company. There are a number of products being manufactured in this company. Most of them are patented, not in India, even outside India also. One Mr. Anil Kelkar, director, is a surface chemist who is the pioneer in developing the products which will be discussed later on in this. And one Mr. Nikhil Kelkar, his son, he is the second director of this. Now, Kego consultancy firm, it is another joint venture of Dimple Chemical, both are the same. There are the three directors, one Mr. Anil Kelkar, who is director of Dimple Chemicals also. Second is myself, Mr. VJTI. I was the ex-senior research officer at Central Water and Power Research Station, worked for last 40 years in the field of dam rehabilitations, repairs of structure, etc. And another great personality, Dr. Ketan Gokhale, who is the director, he was the ex-managing director of the Konkan Railways. Coming to the principles of the Dimple Chemicals and Services. First thing, whenever you are going to repair for the structures, whether it is a dam, whether it is a building, whether it is a bridge, etc., you have to clean the surface or that damaged structure properly. We have a technology which we clean the surfaces properly. Then the coat. The coat should be a durable coat, basically an inorganic coat. Whenever you are going to repair a concrete or the masonry structure or any structure like that, your coat should be inorganic and mostly it should be durable. For example, when you are going to repair the dams, your repair should stand at least for more than 20 years, because buildings you can repair frequently, dams you cannot repair again and again. And then conserve it. After coating, after repairing, you have to conserve it so it should give a proper function and it should be a mostly durable thing. The products, what Dimple Chemicals are dealing with, first is the major product, that is the polyionide ceramic cementitious. This is a totally indigenous inorganic product. I will go in details about it. Then polycementitious coatings, epoxy ionite materials, chemicals, modified polysulfide resin, these are all the things. Base of all this material is the same, that is ironite ceramic, which is the patent of this company. These materials are mainly used in pointing of masonry joints in gravity dams, bridges, siphons, etc. These are widely used for last 10 years under the Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Program of central government, organized by Central Water Commission. About 2 lakh square meter of the area is being covered, and in most of the major dams, this material has been used successfully. Resurfacing damaged honeycomb surface of concrete dams, that is, this is mostly applicable for masonry dams as well as the concrete dams. Coating damaged piers of the gates. For each dam, there are piers for the gates. Resurfacing damaged spillways, again a most important structure of the dam. Lining of aqueducts and canals, waterproofing of terrace and other structures, and these are the things. Now, what is this technology? This technology is a threefold technology. Nicomix 100, this is the patented product of Dimple Chemical. It is being manufactured in this company. It is an inorganic product. It is nothing but a ceramic which is being processed in our factory and converted, and it's called a Nicomix 100. In place of ordinary cement mortar, we are using this Nicomix 100. This is the filler. Added with cement, mostly the ordinary Portland cement of 53 grade, and water. Water, what we are adding is in a very less quantity, almost about 16 to 17, water cement ratio is about 16 to 17. This mix, Nicomix 100 and cement water, mix in the ratio 16, 35 and 5%, you will get a PICC mortar. Now, how to treat the systems for the repair purpose? First thing is that surface preparation. We have a product called Stereo 100. It is a liquid. It is being dosed into the water, and the surface is being cleaned by this mixture. 0.6% of this is added in the water and surface. When you clean the surface by this chemical, existing algae fungi will be removed, surface will be clean, and in future there will be no algae fungi on this, there will be no root penetration. Bond coat Caloxid. It is a typical bond coat. It is a water miscible epoxy. I am repeating the word water miscible epoxy, which you can apply on the moist surface or the wet surface or even on the dry surface, and it effectively bonds your repair material, that is the repair mortar, over the old surface. Third is the PICC. It is a mortar which is prepared by mixing Nicomix 100 and cement in the ratio 60 to 35, and water is added from 5 to 8% depending upon the site condition. Finally, we are giving a top coat or the seal coat, because mainly in the dams you are doing huge areas, you are repairing huge areas, and these are being repaired by laborers. Sometimes there are small mistakes during application of the PICC mortar. To overcome all those mistakes, we are giving a final seal coat. This is also a water repellent coat. Now, why I have used the word in the title beyond the books, and why PICC? First thing is that it is an economical solution, cementitious in nature. Whatever the mortars coming nowadays, they are epoxy-based mortars. This is a cementitious in nature. It is, I think this is the only mortar in cementitious, it is UV stable. When you are repairing the dams, that is, we are giving the treatment to the upstream surface of the dams. Upstream surface of the dams remains exposed for 3 to 4 months in the summer time, that is April, May, June. So whatever the repair mortar you are going to use, that must be UV stable. Normally, some of the epoxy mortars may be UV stable, but the commonly used epoxy mortars, they are not UV stable, because they get, because of this epoxy, they become brittle and they leave the bond with the parent concrete. So whatever material you are going to, that must be UV stable. And ease of application, it doesn't require any specialized machinery, equipments or measures. Simple mason can apply this mortar on any surface. So these are the 4 important why PICC is recommended for this economical solution: cementitious nature, UV stable, ease of application. When your material is cementitious nature, it is inorganic, and inorganic material always have very, very long life. You see the property, functionality of the PICC. Porosity is less than 1%. Even if you take a highly dense concrete, the porosity is almost 8 to 10%. Whereas in this mortar, you are getting a porosity of less than 1%. That is, the material is highly impermeable. Monolithic application, you don't have to give the construction joint. You can run your process kilometers to kilometer without giving a joint. Abrasion resistance, it has got a very high resistance to abrasion, even more than the carbon and the powders. High compressive strength, it is only M50, you can get even M60 if you reduce the water cement ratio. Long product life, because it is inorganic, it has a long product life. Very safe for handling, it is non-toxic, no root penetration. Once you can see the surfaces of the buildings or the dams, etc. After concretion also you see some roots are there, plants are growing up. Whenever, if you treat the surface with this particular material, there will be no root penetration further. Again, I have talked about UV resistant, non-polluting, long-term adhesion. Once it gets adhered to the parent surface, it will never leave the bond for years together. We give a guarantee of more than 20 years in this. Non-toxic, and application on wet and dry surface, but not the surface where the water is flowing on that. Now you can see the simple properties, engineering properties, it has got a compressive strength. Now you check up the modulus of elasticity. Though it has got a very high compressive strength, the modulus is in the range like that of the concrete. And whenever the modulus of elasticity of the repair material is, coincides with that of the concrete, there is a very good adhesion. If you see the chloride ion content is less, carbonation resistant, it has got a very resistant to carbonation. And you see the adhesive bond. it is 20 kg per cm square. 2 MPa is the adhesion of this repair mortar with the parent surface, either concrete or stone. It gets adhered with lime circuit mortar, with cement mortar, with stone, and with any type of materials. It has got a direct pattern, and all these properties are determined either central government laboratories or the state government laboratories or the reputed universities like Nirma University and IITs, etc. These are the typical properties of this material. You see the property number 19, resistance to weathering. It has got a very good resistance to ultraviolets. If you see that property 26, its porosity is less than 1%, which is impossible to get with any type of concrete. And it's the chemical nature, it is inorganic. And again I repeat, when the material is inorganic, it has got a very good life. There are about more than 30 test reports. The test report, that means it has been tested at various testing laboratories like CWPR, the Central Government Laboratory, ARAI, then the National Test ERDA. Then it has been tested at Nirma University. Some of the tests which are required as per the EN standards were conducted at Nirma University, and it passes ASTM standards, EN standards, BIS standards, and all that. A number of about more than 15 papers have been published by this, and most of these papers have been published by the users and not by the company. You can see some of the papers, mostly these are on the dams works. One of the, you see the paper number 11, that is rehabilitation of the 100-year-old Krishnara Sagar Dam. The case study I will be dealing in detail. The paper was published by the authorities of the Krishnara Sagar Dam because they were very much happy with the use of this material. These are the different ones. I will not go into detail. Now in short, I will talk about the dams because this material has been used widely for the dams. Dams store water for meeting. Dams help immensely to attain self-sufficiency in agro production. These are the different things of the dam. There are the 4 types of dam: arch dams, buttress dams, then the gravity dams, etc. I will not go into it. Now seepage. Why the dams get felt? It is because of the seepage. And the seepage, it is because of the constructional deficiencies of the property of the poor quality of the material, etc. When one dam starts leaking, all the problems get aggravated and dam loses its function with time. So you have to repair it. These are the consequences of the, why it is going again? The seepage is due to permeability of the dam material or the poor workmanship. Poor workmanship is very much common in our this one. Now, what are the methods for minimizing the seepage in the masonry dams? One is that treatment to the upstream phase so that you arrest the ingress of the water. Or you have to give the body water treatment, that is nothing but the grouting. When you are going upstream treatment, you have to do grouting the upstream or pointing the upstream surface if there is a masonry, or you are giving graniting, or you are providing a skin wall, that is you are giving an additional concrete wall. Where the PICC works for the upstream treatment is pointing the masonry joints in case of masonry dams or resurfacing the upstream surface in the concrete dams. Now I will come to the applications of polyironite ceramic cementitious coating in dams and other structures. This is one dam, first dam, it was repaired in the year 2011 by using this material. It is the Anjunan Dam in Goa. You can see the upstream surface of the dam, how much damage it was. All the masonry dams, masonry joints got opened and water was entering through this. There was heavy seepage, the gallery of the dam was getting full. These joints were treated by using PICC. This was the first application, first ever application of this mortar. We are applying the T-pointing or the raise pointing. The pointing is being raised over the surface so that it not only arrests the entry of the water through the joint, but it keeps all the masonry, it holds the product properly, and it not only arrests the seepage but strengthens the dam. You can see the surface after treatment by PICC. After treating the surface to see whether the material has properly bonded to the surface, cores were taken by it, and all these investigations were done by the CWPR, that is Central Water and Power Research Station. You can see the cores taken from the surface, repaired surface, they are properly adhered to the parent surface. can see how the application is being made by using this material. This was done in the year 2000. This is the Anjanam Dam. It is a 20-meter high dam. It is in Goa. Excessive seepage was there in the gallery. You were unable to walk inside the gallery. The treatment is that earlier the surface was granited. This graniting was being removed. All the masonry joints were made open. There was a loss of pointing material. All the joints were opened by this. The depth of the openings were almost up to 1 feet. Now the treatment by this particular material application. The surface was cleaned by using the Steripure 100. Steripure 100 is applied by 0.6 grams per liter of water. By high pressure water jet surface is being cleaned. The surface is being dried, it is not necessary, and this is the primer coat, a Kellogg's primer coat, it is a water material. Now this is the primer, what is the red color, pink color material you are seeing, this is that Nicomix 100, this is the base material of dimple material, dimple chemicals, and the mortar is being filled inside those joints properly, and it is a T-joint, that is, it is being raised above the surface. You have to pack this properly, so what is more important here is the workmanship, irrespective of the quality of the material. You can see. Now, most important, that is the achievement for polyironate ceramic coating is the repairs to the Krishna Sagar Dam. It is a 110-year-old dam near Mysore. The length of the total dam is about 2.1 kilometers. Heavy seepage was there in the dam. You can see the downstream surface. There was sweating. There is spouts of the water. The openings in the masonry joints were almost 1 feet deep, and about 54,000 square meters of area was repaired by using this material. This is a very interesting video. If you see in danger, you can get the total application of the PICC, how it is being done. I request you to please watch this video. It will give you the complete idea of how the PICC being applied in the masonry dams. This is the 110 years old dam constructed using lime surkey mortar, not the cement mortar. It has about 140 gates out of the total 2.1 kilometer length. The damages were inspected. Almost all masonry joints were open here. It is the lime surkey, not the conventional cement mortar. You can see the openings. Profuse leaking was there. There is no gallery to these dams. The laborers were trained how they should work. This is the grouting process. This is the application of PICC. First important thing in repair structures, you have to clean the surface properly to remove all detrimental materials on the surface. This is the material, Nicomix 100. Cement, OPC 53 grade cement is being mixed. This is the application. The total area here was about 54,000 square meter, and after the treatment there was absolutely no seepage through the dams, and it has performed well, and there is a recommendation certificate also. Now this is one use where for arresting the seepage. Now this material can also be used where there is abrasion. For these are the baffle blocks on the downstream of one of the dams, that is Saloli Dam in Goa. These are the two baffle blocks about 6 meters high. They were repairing it every year, right from 2001 to 2009. Finally, in 2009, you can see the damages, reinforcement exposed. There were big cavities, 1 meter deep cavities were there. Then in the year 2009, these were repaired by using this PICC material. In the deep cavities, we have grouted this PICC with little bit higher water cement ratio, and then finally they were resurfaced by PICC material. You can see this one. It is very, very interesting where there is abrasion on the downstream of the dam. where there is the effects of cavitation and high velocity flows, etc. This is the Saloli Dam in the Sangha district of the Goa. The peculiarity of this dam is that the spillway of the dam is one of the, it is called the duckbill spillway, is one of its in the Asia. You can see the damages. And this is before repair and this is after repairs. In 2009 it was repaired and till today it is intact. This is one more dam, that is the Tungabhadra Dam, another important dam in our country. This was also repaired by using the PICC material last year only. I will not go into much details of that. Now, I have spoken about the repairs to the Mesneri Dam. Now, this has been used, this is the Almaty Dam in Karnataka. This is the concrete dam of M25 grade. All the lip joints were open. There were a lot of honeycombing from the surface and the concrete quality was very, very poor. You can see the upstream surface. Heavy seepage was there through the dam, particularly from the block 1 and 6. All the lip joints were open. How they were treated is that surface was prepared properly. All the lip joints were opened there. They were cleaned to remove all loose materials. And again cleaned by using the Steripure 100 to remove algae fungi. And first thing, that lip joints were filled properly. A small demo was done early before using the material, and cores were taken from this to check up the proper adhesion of this material. You can see. Later on, when it was finalized, the CWPRs were the consultant, they recommended it and it was used for repairs of the entire dam. These hanging platforms were used to treat the. You can see how bad the surface was. Surface was rounded, all the honeycombings were opened, loose materials was removed. It was cleaned properly. Cleaning is very, very necessity. Proper cleaning is very much required if you want to get a proper adhesion of the repair mortar with the surface. This is preparation of the primer. There is a resin and hardener in the ratio. It is a Kellogg's, we call it Kellogg's series. It is a water miscible epoxy, you can apply even on the waterways. And one advantage of this Kellogg's material is that you can even add 10 to 15% of water in this Kellogg's. Whenever there were deep cavities, holes were drilled and grouting was done. We have a grout called Nick grout NC. It is a non-shrink grout. It is added about 5% to 1 liter of the water. And the entire surface is being resurfaced by using the PICC mortar. The thickness of coating is maximum 10 mm. 10 mm is effective. Cores were extracted from the repaired surface and you can see they are properly adhered to the bonding surface. The other dam which we have repaired is the Shirvatta Dam. It is under the Tata Power Company. The peculiarity of this dam was upstream surface was given the coating of the graniting, and there was heavy leakage through the. This is originally it is a masonry dam. Over masonry they had given the graniting 40 mm thin graniting, but they observed huge leakage through the body of the dam. Removal of the graniting was a very, very difficult task because this graniting is being anchored to the bonding surface. So over that graniting only we had given this. Coating, you can see this video. Over that graniting only this 10 mm coating of the epoxy. That means this is the third application. First is that the masonry, how to repair masonry joints, then the concrete joints, and if there is a graniting over the masonry, this is the 10 mm coating was there, and it has proved very, very effective because Tatas are very, very critical as far as the quality is concerned. About 17,000 square meter of the area was repaired by this treatment. Now, this is a very typical case I am writing to you about the concrete dam, Dhombalkode Dam near the Y in the Maharashtra. There was heavy seepage in this dam. There are in the gallery of the dam, you were unable to walk. It is a small dam. This was also, you can see the upstream treatment. entire concrete has eroded, spoiled, and heavy seepage is coming through one of this. You can see how much was the seepage in the gallery of the dam. Most of the dam was getting empty within 3 to 4 months. You can see the seepage in the gallery of the dam, how the water is flowing through one of the vertical polar drains. You can see how it was repaired. This work was done by the Dimple Chemical itself. Though they are manufacturing this entire work they did. You can see the upstream surface, how much damage, almost 90% of the surface was damaged. There were very big cavities in this concrete, entire concrete has spoiled down. You were unable to walk inside the gallery, that much flow was there. You can see these leakages, seepages. Entire surface was first cleaned, scaffolding was done. All the loose, whatever the cavities were there, they were opened, loose material was removed from it. You can see the openings. If such opening as such, why not it will leak? So the first important thing is that you have to prepare the surface properly before you are applying any mortar over there. Now this is the technology, how is this it is applied. First is the algae fungi removal by using Sterifew 100. First, this is the Nicomix 100, this is our product, Dimple Chemical product, mixed with cement. This is a simple mortar. This is the inspection by the project authorities there. All the cavities were first sealed, and then entire surface was coated by a 10 mm thickness of this PICC material. After this, out of 1,200 square meter of area, only 500 square meter area has been removed. It is because of the available funds. But after this, the entire seepage, what we have seen in the previous slide, has been arrested, and there is no seepage at all up to now. That is the 100% return. These are the different things. There is a Markandeya dam in Karnataka. These are our, this one. Then we have worked in more than 9 states during last 5 years with this. Hemavati Dam in Karnataka, Kabini Dam in Karnataka, Harani, these are all the dams where the works have been done, Shoran Dam in Tamil Nadu. That is, I want to show in different states we have worked with this. We have worked in the northern regions. Then this is in the Pashulok barrage near Haridwar. Gandhi Sagar spillway repairs. Then Chand Patel is the oldest dam, about 130-year-old dam. It is near Gwalior in Madhya Pradesh. Now the other application is for the hydropowers, that is the runner liners. Because once your runner liner of a hydropower station gets damaged, to get a new runner liner from BHL etc., it takes more than 4 to 5 years. Now we have developed the technology, we can repair the damaged runner liners, steel runner liners, by using the PICC coating. This has been done for one of the Bhira hydroelectric project at Tata Power 2 years back, and we are getting very satisfactory results. That means whenever there will be damages in the steel runner liners, you can give a coat of this PICC material over that can serve the purpose. So you need not have to go for a. Now for waterproofing, there are simple things we are using for the repairs of the temples etc., podiums, swimming pools, flats, main buildings, floors, where we are even repairing the floors, industrial floorings, color floorings. This is repairs to the jetties, where we can use these materials even underwater, but use it very much limited because it is very, very critical. But jetties have been repaired. Very recently we are repairing the jetties at JNPT Mumbai. This is very important. All of you know the Howrah Bridge. On that Howrah Bridge, about 1 lakh vehicles are running even is 24 hours. They want to replace the top coating of that road over the Howrah Bridge by this inorganic materials. It was a challenging over that. The important challenge here was that how to work when all the 24 hours the vehicle was running. We took it as a challenge, and we repaired a patch of that was repaired by using our material, that is PICC, and it is still working, and we are awaiting that we will get the work for total coating of that Howrah Bridge. Then application for the roads, the pothole repairs of the roads for corporations, etc. Now this is again important applications of the terminal road of the Jawaharlal Nehru Road, where very high capacity, that is 100 to 100 tonnage vehicles are moving over the roads. They were repairing these roads. Every year they were repairing the road by using concrete. We took a challenge and repaired it by using our material, that is PICC. You can see we applied a bond coat. That is a new bond coat. We are not with Kellogg's here. We used our Dura bond there, and we cleaned it. All the small things we are anchored it. We provided small anchors there, and we applied about 25 mm thick layer of the PICC, and the road is still intact right from 2016. And this work we did under the instructions of our Honorable Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. He gave us this opportunity to repair this, and we are waiting for the further hours in this matter. You can see the repair road. Now these are the small applications for masonry bridges and concrete bridges. You can see this had been used. A number of roads for PWD have been repaired under near Kolhapur. These are our certifications. I don't think any of the repair mortars have got a certification after 10 years. We have this certification. The first dam, which was completed in the 200, we have got a certification for that. This is the foundation stone. We can see the PICC name for the Saloli Dam. This is for the KRS dam. It has been published in the newspaper. This is the KRS dam. We have got the certification. This is for the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Road, whatever the road repair we have done, we have got a proper certification. This is for the Krishnara Sagar Dam. After 9 years, we have got a certification. The technology, therefore, I see strongly recommended for pointing of masonry, resurface and concrete surface for the bridges, etc. Other application areas are there, and the different materials. For these towers, MS towers, the bases they get damaged. We are given a coating of this PICC. They are surviving for the years. Now this is a very important application for the sewerage pipelines. These are the hume pipes. They get cracked inside. We are given a lining of this PICC after a bond coat for 10 mm thickness. And we have tested it for all the chemical attack or the spent wash attack, etc. And it has passed all this. I think it was repaired in about 5 years back, and it's still intact. Now the second important application is that we are using this PICC coating for culverts. A national highway going from Thrissur to Kanyakumari's home, there are about 150 culverts were there, and the tube pipes, they got cracked, and you have to repair those in situ because you cannot take out. And it was again a successful repair by using PICC. The thickness was about 10 to 15 mm. This is the artificial swimming pool being constructed in Pune. This is a stereo pure S30, 100 watt I called. This is it removes your algae fungi. You can see the initial stage. After spraying this, you can see how it removes that algae fungi and deposits, etc. This is the canal, that's a duct line of Tata Power. You can see the deposits of algae fungi on that area. Only after, by using this S30, you can see how the surface was clean. Simply you have to spray it and you apply high pressure water jet. Entire algae fungi will go. You can see the original concrete surface there. And this duct line, there were heavy seepages. We have repaired it very recently in a very short time. See, these are the application in duct line of the PICC coating was they given, about 300. Other major, our clients are water resources departments of Goa, Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and MP, Indian Railways, Konkan Railway Corporation, City Corporation, and many other. Thank you for patiently hearing it. Presentation, and I must congratulate you for you can come here, sir. Thank you, sir. From Petli Raut, Purvi. I'm very happy to see that such a wonderful material is produced in Pune, and it is proved to be successful in different parts of the country and for different types of defects. I'm wondering now, my question to the audience is, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your finger or ask, because he is very knowledgeable, he is very experienced, and he can answer your questions. By the time you are thinking, let me ask my first question. Can this material be used confidently in buildings in Mumbai where people use their balconies for plantation and terraces, again for terrace garden, or podium terraces, where generally people look after their own apartments within their domain, but their balconies, which receive severe rains and also polluted atmosphere exposed to aggressive weather conditions, will it not be better to use this material rather than the traditional waterproofing compound, which are also good, they are not bad, they are also giving you a flexible coating. How do they compare with our DPHL, this material? So it will be nice if we can have structures which are protected, all over balconies, all over chhajjas and terraces, and even bathroom floors, structural floors, are treated with a material which will last for 20-25 years. I think much of the headaches will be reduced in Mumbai. So will you please explain, please?
Yes, sure, no doubt. I have seen some of the applications I have seen in podiums and all that. Definitely it can be used, and I'm not talking in terms of guarantee. Definitely this water, if you do the waterproofing by using this material, for minimum 20 years there will not be any problem for you. That I'm very sure about it.
See, normally it is very difficult to find a waterproofing company giving a guarantee for more than 7 years. With great difficulty, they may give you a guarantee for 10 years. And what they say is, what does that guarantee mean? What it means is, if there is a defect, if the waterproofing fails, they will come and repair it. And that repairing also will be done at a time which suits them. Because during monsoon we need a dry surface, they say. So these are all the questions which will be ruled out when we use dimple. Because dimple can be applied on wet surfaces. That is the beauty of this material. Thank you. Is anybody wanting to ask any questions?
Yeah, please.
How quick it sets? Setting time.
It is a cementitious material. Within 24 hours it has the initial setting, and it gains its required strength of over 70%. Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Sorry. In one of the dams. Yeah. No, shortcut normally the life of the shortcut graniting is 4 to 5 years. What happens? There is a mesh inside. That mesh, if it starts rusting, it starts expanding and it leaves the bond and it fails. It is a common criteria. Commonly it fails within 4 to 5 years.
We should go for pointing retreatment rather than shotcreting for dam repairs.
This graniting and shortcutting, those were the old processes when such water, these materials were not there. Now we are having a number of materials like this available in the market. The removal of the graniting is a very difficult task. You cannot remove it so easily. So over that only, this was the first attempt we did for the Tata Power, that is Shirvata Dam. Over that we gave a coating of 10 mm. But if your graniting is worstly affected, then you have to remove it. Because it had totally left the bond with the parent material, you have to remove it.
This reminds me of what is happening on Malabar Hill. Tanks built many years ago, and there was a controversy, I think last year, when there was a proposal of totally demolishing those tanks and reconstructing. And our well-known structural engineer, Shri Shirish Patel, he vehemently opposed it. There was resistance in the newspaper also. And then if he has a point, we should study it carefully and give a coating of material like dimple to make the water tank watertight, because main argument was that the tanks built in the British Raj have started developing leakage. Now if we can find a nice solution like this, we should look for it.
Yeah, sure.
What would be the cost per square meter?
Cost per square meter, it will depend upon the site application, sir. In case of the dams, because you require a little bit critical structure, like you want floating platforms, hanging platforms, you require scaffolding, etc. And so many factors are there. But the average cost in case of dams I am talking you comes about 4,000 rupees per square meter, including application, including the application. Pardon? Okay. Okay. I cannot, I will not tell you the exact record, but it is little bit costlier than the conventional material. But sir, I am talking about the durability. I am taking the performance, it is a guaranteed performance. It is an inorganic material. It will never get deteriorated by any means. Sir, it is a totally non-shrink material. Totally non-shrink material.
Very nice presentation, beautiful slides, and you having various solutions. So regarding, in one of your slides you had shown some road repairs, right?
Yeah.
The thickness you had mentioned 25 mm. In one of the question you said it sets very fast within 15-20 minutes. So I just wanted to know what is the flexural strength after 15-20 minutes?
Sir, it gains its flexural strength within 3 days, because there is cementitious, the additives are there, and the water cementitious here is very less. We are adding some polymers which replaces the waters for the hydration process. Within 3 days, you are getting the flexural strength almost to 70% of the 28 days.
Hello. As per IRC, whenever we get a flexural strength of 4.5 MPa, then we can open for traffic, right?
Correct.
So you mean to say that after 3 days, can we get 4.5 MPa?
Sure.
Because why I am asking, if we get that strength, then and then we can open for traffic.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
This Howrah Bridge, White Shore, it was open to the traffic. We completed the work by 3 a.m. in the morning. Early 8 o'clock, it was open for traffic.
Thank you so much.
It was open for traffic.
Hello. I joined your lecture in between.
Yeah.
Not got the opportunity to listen full. But you talked about Howrah Bridge. I am from Calcutta, and basically for the last 2 years, we are monitoring the Howrah Bridge for its present condition. My question is, when did you do this particular application that you have shown in your slides?
Sir, I think because the Howrah Bridge completed 150 years, sometimes in the year 2019, before Corona, they wanted to rehabilitate the entire bridge, the steel structure, etc., and they wanted to give a proper coating by removing all that. There were different types of materials were used on that bridge for repairs and all that. It was a proposal. There was a consultant from IIT Chennai. They approached us and they told, your material we can apply, and it was, unfortunately, immediately after we did the trial, there was Corona and the things did not went ahead.
Okay.
And we are awaiting for that.
Okay.
Because trial was totally successful. Even now if you walk on the bridge, on the left second row, you can see this material there.
Okay.
We are already...
question.
Okay.
Do you use this liquid epoxy, which is you were saying about water-soluble epoxy in this PLCC?
It's a liquid epoxy, sir.
So this liquid epoxy is mixed
We
with
are not
cement.
adding in PICC, it is a bond coat.
This to be applied before application?
Before, after clean the surface, apply the blonde coat, over that you give this coat of PICC.
Then it's still taking?
When it is still tacky, about 40 to 45 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
We'll have the further questions, during the lunch session and maybe tomorrow. Yeah, everybody is feeling hungry. Yeah. Please, your comments, please. Or you...
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer VJTI sir, for insightful and informative presentation. Now I request Engineer Hemendra Shirvato, Treasurer, Sir, ICIC Mumbai, to facilitate Engineer Vijay Desai sir. Thank you, sir. Now moving forward with our session, I take great pleasure inviting online our next exchange speaker, Dr. Liu. Professor Dr. Liu is a distinguished engineer, innovator, and academic leader. He earned his PhD in 1988 in Texas and spent over 2 decades as a consulting engineer, contributing to offshore, high-rise, and infrastructure projects valued at more than 4.5 USD. Across the USA and Malaysia, his entrepreneurial spirit led him to launch a successful startup in Indonesia and establish his own engineering firm. A registered professional engineer in both the USA and Malaysia and a chartered engineer in the UK, Professor Shahir transitioned to academic in 2009. He joined University Technology Petronas the same year and was appointed Deputy Vice Chancellor in Research in 2017, playing a key role in positioning UTP as Malaysia's top research university. In 2023, he assumed the role of Vice Provost at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, recognized as National High Foreign Talent Expert at China. His research and leadership focus on decarbonization, ESG, and energy transition. With over 350 publications, Professor Liu is deeply committed to nurturing talent and advancing professional development. He lives by the belief that a leader creates leaders. I request everyone to kindly direct their attention to the screen as we welcome our esteemed speaker to join us online.
Testing, 1, 2. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me start. Professor Abe Bambole, Chairman of ICI Mumbai, Organizing Committee of ICI for this conference, esteemed speakers and guest speakers, honorable state and municipal guests and participants. I would like to wish you a very good afternoon. From Malaysia, we are 2.5 hours away from Mumbai. I would like to apologize to all of you. I would have loved to be in Mumbai, but unfortunately my schedule seems to be a little bit tight. So please accept my kind apology for not being able to be there physically to do this. All right, today I will share with you on Poseidon. This is about preemptive offshore, onshore structural evaluation and integrity decision network. I also would like to thank my PhD student at that time that helps me quite a lot to do this. It's now Dr. Lim Yushon. He's with Aerodynamic Group now, so I would like to give him credit as well. Next slide. All right, quick one. I would like to share the things that we have done in the past, the track record. As you can see, India is going to be part and parcel of our game plan as well, and is currently moving in the right directions as far as structural health monitoring is moving along. You see, from 2012, we have looked at SHM and also finite element study for Ampang Highway Bridge. I don't want to go to the details. 2014, we have done some work for the offshore side, right? And 2015, all the way down to 2024, we focus predominantly on the offshore engineering side as far as structural health monitoring is of concern. How this Poseidon motivates me is actually very simple. Poseidon, I think you know, is a Greek god of sea that has capability to generate earthquake. So I think we chose that word as our trade name. And this was motivated by one of the structural health monitoring data. They just monitor the data and they charge, at that point in time I was with University Technology Petronas. It was really expensive, you know, and every campaign costs Petronas a lot of money, so that gave me some thoughts what I should be doing and what I need to do in order to save costs. So it started with the idea of saving costs, and eventually it goes up to doing the real things, and then implementing that. We have moved from TRL 3 as a starting point, and TRL 4 to 6 we were able to pilot in Petronas, and thereafter it's been fully commercialized. So these are some of the examples that we have done, and at the moment we have also covered onshore area as well. Next slide. Okay, we started with an offshore platform, right? A jacket platform and a topside. And there are so many things that we can look at, you know, the weather condition, the material degradation, corrosion, seismic activity, and also we have a lot of unrecorded weight of equipment that comes in. First of all, we try to get away from time-based inspection, because time-based inspection are risky because it delayed detection leads to unplanned inspection and disruption. So that's one of the things that we think it is not. Second thing is quite expensive because you have to regularize that on a timely basis. And even if the structure is doing well, you still have to spend money to do a time-based inspection. So what we are doing here, SHM, is actually the real-time inspection. So we are looking at condition-based inspection. That would be better, and it would accelerate the structural assessment in terms of traditional inspection when we face with delays in data processing, slowing risk assessment and decision making. So what we have done is actually expand the scalability of offshore inspection. We look at monitoring multiple platforms. In resource intensive is costly, we know that. High expenses and logistics make large scale deployment inefficient. And we also know that limits scalability and increases operational burden. So it is something that we have managed to convince the oil and gas people, because oil and gas people would not allow you to play around with the platform, because any mishap resulting in fire to the platform would be disastrous. So I think this is something that we look at, and we have managed to save for every platform at least 280 man hours per team per one structure alone in terms of putting in SHM. So deploying digital technology, deploying off-the-shelf engineering technology, putting them together, and then using available software that is in the market today, we were actually able to come up with some pretty cheap solution in terms of structural health monitoring. Next slide. Right, without going too much into the detail, we have the platform, we have the sensors, we have the data acquisition unit, we have the cloud that we are using on, and then we are doing a digital twin. So what you see is what you get. And then we are also looking at engineering analysis features. It started with a platform, because the platform is known. I mean, all of us know, who are structural engineer, that the structure will remain the way it is as we draw in the drawing. And then as it performs, we will try to calibrate that with the original structure that is in place. So you can add anything that you like on the existing structures. But at the end of the day, we will look at how the performance is in our calibration before we make a decision whether the structure is of sound in terms of their performance, or do we need to look at inspection further. Next slide, please. Right, so you can see from here, we look at SHM system, and we look at in terms of the autonomous monitoring. Once we install the system, we no longer need to go to the platform. We just make sure that it's transmitting the data correctly, and we will look at the real-time response. Yeah, this real-time response will provide us with a lot of the I call it the desktop studies, desktop analysis, and then eventually we have a digital twin, and we will make a decision in sending the maintenance crew. Next slide. Right, we want to have a case study. It's a very constant thing, a regular thing. Once in a while, you have some ocean liner hitting the platform, and we would like to know if the platform is of any good. So the collision incident is one of the case study that has been done. We look at the structural assessment before and after planned repair works. That's one part we look at. We look at the monitoring system has always been there, and then we look at the operational benefit and cost efficiency, because there's no way of telling if the structure is doing well. But if you have installed the SHM system in there, you would have known from the data analytics itself and from our structural engineering software, as well as the real result we obtain in the field, and we make comparison, we would know if the structure needs to be repaired. Every single members, in this case, it looked like a truss structure, it is, we would know exactly how the platform would behave. You remove one, we would know how it should behave, so we would know whether it is critical or not, because we know a lot of these members are actually secondary members, some of them are primary members, and these are the things that we have to make a decision for Petronas in this case, and we save a lot of money in this particular situation for Petronas. Next slide. Right, similar thing. We've done some. We actually done some work for India as well, and we look at soil recalibration. Sometimes when we have seismic or movement on the ground, we would like to look at the soil stiffness, and also we look at how the jacket member removal and potential damage on the member scenario, and then we would do a structural health monitoring, and then we look at if the structure is performing according to the standard. So the expected outcome are typically the structural adequacy under operational extreme loads. The other one would be identified overstress components that would come out in your analysis, And then the other one is ensuring compliance with design standards, because oil and gas, there's no second guessing in terms of safety. Safety has always been number one. So we would be able to predict accurately what happened to the platform whenever there is changes in the environmental condition. You know, we talk about soil, wind, wave, current sort of situation. Next slide. Right. We have done quite extensive studies for 19 platforms, right? All over Peninsular Malaysia and Sabah and Sarawak. So therefore, we look at what the SDM system is going to be able to do by doing some pilot work. This is at TRL 6 at a point in time. So TRL 6 is quite advanced because our progress was quite good. Because when we initially started this, as usual, the client is not convinced as usual. I think I'm very sure all of you, all the consultants have gone through this before, trying to convince the client actually this is the best way forward. So they will let you pilot one on the platform. Eventually they believe more in you, then you do more and more and more. So this eventually we are able to deploy this on 19 platforms in Peninsular Malaysia operation, in Sabah and also in Sarawak. The outcome that we get is currently the natural frequency of the structure. This is very important because most of our assessment, every time, I would love it, you know, I know it's not nice to say this, but whenever there's an earthquake in South China Sea, we will be called to do the assessment, right? And that's where we make quite a substantial sum of money just by doing that, because we have the system in place already. So, so this is something that we look at. Is the current natural frequency of the structure, is it still the same, or is it within tolerance, or is it has gone into a different value that would render us to look further into the members that has overstressed, disappearing members that has been corroded, and so on. And then we will also verify the structural adequacy under operational and extreme load. We also identify overstressed components, and at the end of the day, you would have to ensure compliance with design standards, because offshore oil and gas, you have independent party, DNV, you know, all those guys will have to come in and certify that your work is correct. Next slide, please. Right, this is an interesting one. This look at, there's a crack on the leg of the platform actually. So a true circumferential crack found 63 meter underwater. So that diving is not our domain. On the MOPU, mobile oil production unit, the forward leg, we anticipated that the crack is caused by fatigue. So we have a lot of argument about that, whether it is fatigue or not. By the end of the day, we were worried about whether this crack will propagate. So what we do is the asset owner send divers, and then they do a daily monitoring of the crack due to severity and lack of real-time insight. We think that's expensive. Every time you send a diver into the water, it will cost you substantial amount of money. But when you install the system, so we did that, right, and we generated a daily saving of up to 250,000 on the platform itself for not sending divers, and also the countermeasure, because most of the time the result that we generated from here are actually autonomous in nature, and we will know whether the crack propagates. So what they have done is actually they have started to weld the leg together. So the welding has put the legs together, and we will install the monitoring device and ensure that the crack doesn't propagate. The structure is within confine of the safety standard. So that actually is a way forward. We also recommended that if the crack propagates, there's no reason for you to spend any additional money to do the repair work, because it's not going to work. And guess what? At the end of the day, they have to remove the platform, right? So that's the cheapest way forward. All right. Next slide, please. Right. I know this is very basic, you know. A lot of my structural engineering students hate structural dynamics, you know, because they know anything that's moving is always quite tough to tackle that. I understand that. I know you talk about multiple modes of vibration, but basically this is one of the very basic phenomena or behavior that we look at on a structure is by measuring the natural frequency using accelerometer. The other one that I am looking at is damping. You know, damping is at best during your design stage, you have to make an assumption. But to get the real damping, you have to do a full-scale testing. You know, we have actually done some work in the bridges in Malaysia for vibration. We look at the damping in terms of the data that is generated from the bridge itself, from the accelerometer. So these are the kind of thing that's available for structural engineer to work on. So I think I would encourage a lot more students to look at structural dynamics as being one of their key competency area when they are doing their structural design courses. Next slide, please. Then we are looking at onboarding and pre-engineering phase. We look at model conversion and equivalency check. The one that we design is actually the actual model that is going to be put where we need to put the structure in. By the end of the day, we have to look at the equivalency check in terms of their performance, the actual performance there on site. In the case of this offshore platform, you find that at the end of the day, you have to check whether they're still performing in a similar manner by losing one or two diagonal members, you know, by having a boat hitting one of the members as well, and by having corrosion in some of the other members. So corrosion is something that you cannot see internally, right? Although you do some sacrificial metal in this case, but at the end of the day, the equivalency check must be done for the actual structure versus the design structure. So that way you will know whether your structure is still performing within the required limits of performance. Next slide, please. Same thing here. This is about the system deployment. System deployment has to look at various scenarios. Therefore, I don't think we can do this manually. This is my first part that I need to share. Second part is we have to have a very systematic way of keeping track of this through digitization, right? We digitize the data, we analyze the data, we come up with different scenario, what if, you know, until we hit the right point, and then we would know that the structural behavior has correspond to that particular scenario, and we would know the best decision forward in terms of how we manage the structure. How quickly we need to repair that? Is it within the limit? If it's not within the limit, should it be repaired by tomorrow, today? You know, those decision making will come into play once we have done this backroom computations and analytics. Right? Next slide. Same thing here. I don't want to go too much to that. Next slide. Right. So at the end of the day, from my work, I guess it's the same onshore as well. It's looking at the code and standard compliance, right? We have been deployed by Petronas as far as Turkmenistan, for example, inside the Black Sea, you know, to look at some of the platform there, and then due to earthquake, and then we have to do a sensitivity analysis to see by pushing the limit of the platform whether it still survive or not. So I think in short, my presentation look at how we do the structural health monitoring, how we move forward from there, from the result that we obtain, and then how we make comparison, and at the end of the day, we have to come out with a game plan if the structure is still integral in nature, the integrity is there, if it's intact, it's good, is there repair work needs to be done, and if there's any repair work needs to be done, what are the things that needs to be repaired? So that itself is I call it a real-time based decision. A real-time based is good. The cost is actually very minimal in that sense, and in the long run, the client would have benefited because that will give them assurance that these things are actually done through nowadays we call it IoT, you know, digital technology, and also engineering principles. Right? At the end of the day, everybody should know this is engineering principles, and so on. So code and standard compliance is one of the key things. Next slide. So at the end of the day, we have looked at clients and partners that be working with us now. I think there are quite a lot of them. Majority are in the oil and gas industries, and this has been commercialized, and therefore I'm very proud to say that opportunity like that always exists. Simple technology, simple way of thinking from structural engineers, small mindset. You know, I consider myself a small mindset, but At the end of the day, it's about how you implement this. We bring it to the field, test it, make sure that our compliance on code standards, and at the end of the day, engineering principles, then fundamental must remain intact. That is what I have achieved from here together with my team. Next slide. So these are the awards and achievement that was done. I'm quite proud to say that it has been successfully recognized, and a lot of award has been done as well. So it has gone up to TRL 8 now, full blown, and that's all that I have to share with you actually. So I just say that what we've done in offshore, now I'm looking into onshore implementation as well, right? And the latest one we are looking at is actually on the turbo machinery, right? Turbo machinery and the failure cycle, and we were able to predict within 2 days the turbo machinery will fail, and the client said you get the job if you can predict correctly within 3 days. So we predict within 2 days, and then we got the job. So this is thank you to digitalization, thank you to technology, and more than that, thank you to engineers, people like us who make things happen. So that's all that I have. Thank you.
Do we have time for some questions? We'll make it very brief.
Is there any question, comment?
The presentation was very impressive, and it's engrossing. It tells us, it gives us a warning signal about members which are likely to fail. It's an advance intimation. While I was looking at this presentation, I kept on thinking about the tall buildings that in India we are doing, especially in Mumbai, and the kind of price people are paying for the tall building penthouses, and whether such buildings can also be benefited by this technology is what I think thought was going on in my mind, because we design the buildings for earthquake. We designed according to the new codes. We incorporate all the clauses, and we comfort ourselves by saying that we have done a good job of satisfying all the stipulations, all the code provisions. But the designed forces are sometimes not experienced. At least in my lifetime, I'm not sure whether the statue, Ambedkar's memorial at Shivaji Park that is coming up, it is designed for all kinds of forces. But it will be interesting to know whether any member is overstressed. In advance, if we come to know, it is definitely something welcome. Same thing can be said about some very tall buildings, tall and slender buildings. We comfort ourselves by saying that, look, the deflections is within permissible limits, the natural time period is fine, and therefore the building is safe. But I think if we get to know in advance the stresses at the foundation level, at mid level, at the top level, we will benefit by the knowledge about the actual behavior of the building, because we'll never get the kind of wind pressure that IS code is telling us to do. IS code is telling us to use 44 meters per second wind velocity, which Mumbai has not experienced.
Yes.
So, but this will be a good idea, is what I think, if it is not too expensive. And perhaps the technology can be developed by our Indian scientists here in IIT or VJTI. So I think that is all that I have to say. But if there are no questions, we can break for lunch. Is anybody announcing anything?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kamal sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lee.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. Now there will be no question answer session because we are running somewhat late. So that's why if you have any query regarding this topic, you can mail to Dr. Liu. Thank you, sir. After that, there will be sponsor presentation.
Now I would like to invite Mr. Deepak Parihar on stage from Simenco Company for sponsor presentation. Over to you, Deepak sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll make it very crisp. Will not you make wait for lunch more. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to give a brief about the company. Basically, our company, Semeco, is in the field of research and commercialization of various technologies. So, our theme is green sustainable innovation. So, whatever we are doing, sustainability is at the core of our every endeavor. So, company started, our research started in 2008. We have invented and got patent of more than 9 technologies. The basic of the technology is geopolymer. I believe every one of you must be aware of the geopolymer technologies. It is basically a 2-part technology, globally available everywhere. But what we have done, we have made it a 1-part technology, only dry mortar system. So basically these are the few challenges which we see when we go for the construction, like sometimes timelines is an issue, sometimes durability is an issue. If we talk about Mumbai, city like Mumbai, if we are doing road repair, then traffic jam and there are some issues related to that as well. Then there are road cracks, environmental concern, issue related to seepage. So what we have done, we have tried to cover all the problem in our various technologies. So how we differ and what is our target line? One, we target those binder where we can early strength as good as 30 MPa in 4 hours. Then all our products are non-toxic and eco-friendly. We are talking about quick return to service, and we have cement which doesn't use any clinker. Like our cement or our binders are completely clinker free. Today I am going to give a just little brief about one of our product. Vishal sir is sitting here. Under his guidance, we have developed many applications in and around this product, Technopatch EX. This product is basically used for your bitumen and CC road repair. I'll skip this. Basically, this is a ready mix mortar, pre-mix mortar. You just need to mix water at site and apply. The basic, this is quick setting, very high early strength. It doesn't require any curing. Rapid return to service in 2 hours. This is completely non-shrink and it is eco-friendly because we are not using any cement. So the foremost and the most important part is the compressive strength in 2 hours and 4 hours. We achieve almost 25 MPa in 2 hours, and 4 hours we achieve 30 MPa. And the best part is what Vishal sir was talking about, the flexural strength. So our flexural strength in 1 day is around 7 MPa. So we can resume traffic in 2 to 4 hours after application. Tensile strength is around 4 MPa. Porosity is very less. Bond strength to concrete, again, if you are repairing concrete, bond strength is very important. Our bond strength comes to around 6 MPa. So this is the basic method. It is very simple. Like if we talk about the application part of Technopatch EX, we just need to clean it, mix our premix mortar with water and pour it. After 2 hours, you can resume the traffic. You can see that we can use the large mixer, we can use a small mixer. We have been working with various government authorities, including Indian Air Force. We are working with ports. We are working with many municipal corporations. BMC is at the forefront of that. So just you need to pour it and finish with the trawl. That's it. There are few photographs. We have worked in Kota. This is a photograph from RSRTC Kota, Rajasthan State Road Development Corporation. This is again a Dholpur site at Kota. Then this is Indore. We have worked extensively with Indore Municipal Corporation. Then this is Tonk. This is again Rajasthan. This is Eastern Expressway. Under Vishal sir's guidance, we have done work on Eastern Expressway where our work was going on from 11 PM to early morning around 4:30 we used to close our work, and 6:30 we used to resume the traffic. This is again on Eastern Expressway. Honorable current Deputy CM and erstwhile CM sir visited our site in last monsoons, where we repaired many road in Thane, Nasik and various other stretches. So in fact, he himself came after 2 hours and asked one of the driver to move a vehicle over it. So these are our few clients. We have been working, as I told you, we are working with the ports, we are working with the Indian Army, we are working with ISRO. Thank you so much. That is it.
Thank you, Deepak sir, for the insightful presentation. Truly, the need of an R and a sustainable, eco-friendly and infrastructure solutions. Now, we have arrived at a lunch time. Enjoy your meal. Next session will start at after 45 minutes. Also, it's just a request, if anyone have found one ID card named Saraswati in their brown bag. Actually, ma'am have interchanged her brown bag with someone. So if anyone have found, please let me know. Lunch is only for 30 minutes. Session will start after 45 minutes.
Guys, it is 5 past 2 o'clock. So we should be here at 2:35 and latest by 2:40. Okay, I hope you will have quick lunch. जास्त जेवले तर झोप येईल. Don't stuff yourself with, there is a good quality food is there, but please take in the proper portion. 2:35 ला सगळे लोक इकडे येतील. 2:35 we request you to all to be over here. Thank you.
resume back with our event. Now I would like to invite Sandeep Deshpande, Director, Renuka Consultants, Explorer and Designer Private Limited, Honorary Secretary, Indian Geotechnical Society, Mumbai, Chapter, to talk about the Geotech Asia 2025 International Conference. Please, sir, come on the stage.
So we are expecting some more crowd? We are expecting some more crowd. Can we wait for 2 minutes more? Okay, hardly there are any participants, so I was just looking at it. Can you wait for 2 minutes, if you allow? Dear friends, I am representing Indian Geotechnical Society, Mumbai chapter. I am honorary secretary. Indian Geotechnical Society is a premier organization working in ground engineering and geo information systems, specifically for the all needs. It is an academic as well as professional mix of academic and professional members, and it's more than 75 plus year old organization established in early 1940s and 50s. So we have been extensively active and planning for different events. This is Geotech Asia is basically an international conference. It is an Asian regional conference where almost participants from near about 30 plus countries in Asian countries are going to be coming down to here to India. This is going to be hosted at Taj Citadel in Goa. It's not operating. So it's going to be having participation from almost like 30 plus countries, and having internet papers from international researchers, as well as practicing geotechnical engineers and practical problems. For more than 300 plus papers are established to be published. It is going to have more than 25 plus keynote lectures, and there are going to be different themes within ground engineering and geotechnical engineering profession. Next, please. So this is planned at Taj Citadel at Goa. It is a nice premises and with good luxury facilities and whispers and cases of golden shores, and it's going to be extensively climatic conditions for hosting this such conference. Please next. So just brief about IGAS and Indian Geotechnical Society. We have been conducting, as mentioned earlier, conducting conference since 1983. So it's going to have a great forum for networking with international communities for academic as well as for professional purposes. It has a lot of opportunities for exhibitors, sponsors, and new product launchers, and many international players, as well as patrons like MMRDA and MSRDC have also pledged their support for this event. So I would invite academia as well as practicing engineers to join for this event. Next, please. Next. So these are the main themes for the conference. It is yet open for paper publications. Even though dates have gone, we have kept a slot open for paper publications for full-length papers. And the papers are going to be published in Springer. So it will have an international acceptance and international reach and extensive reach for the complete publications. It is going to have talking on different varied topics, starting from computational geotechnics, geophysical engineering, risk assessments and management, earthquake engineering, soil dynamics, and earth retention systems, deep foundations, basements. So all problems that are much more connected with the structural engineering are extended to the ground engineering. So those aspects are extensively going to be covered. Next, please. So this is a brief about the
participation and the international fees. More details are available on the website. I'll be sharing the website address also shortly. Yeah, please next. So I once again welcome everyone to participate in this event, and it's going to be a grand event and a grand success. We have extensive contributions even from the government of Karnataka, as well as we are getting support extensively from government of Goa. And it's going to be a great event with a lot of connections and a lot of potential for business, for sponsors, as well as for the academic to understand their, have their better insights into their domains of research. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep sir. We will definitely look upon to join this conference. Dr. R. Nagendra is presently working as a Senior Director, Sterling Technoclinic Private Limited, Bangalore. Now I'd like to invite Dr. R. Nagendra, Vice President, South ICI, as a chair session on the stage. Please, sir. Thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Y.M. Google, Adjunct Professor, VJTI, to felicitate Dr. R. Nagendra. Thank you, Google sir. So now let's begin with the speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Apurv Biswal. Dr. Apurv Biswal is an accomplished structural engineer currently serving as AGM and engineering lead at Precast Work Competency Center, L&T Construction, with a PhD and MS by research from IIT Madras. His core expertise lies in the design and detailing of a precast concrete structures, bridge structure and substructures. Also, a professional portfolio of Dr. Biswal includes design support for large-scale precast system, mold, planning and performing micro and macro level finite element analysis. He has supported in the development of national guidelines of precast practices IS 15916 and actively leads research and forensic investigation related to structural performance and strengthening requirements. Over the years, Dr. Biswal has played a pivotal role in several high-impact infrastructure projects such as SIDCO Mass Housing Project, Narendra Modi Stadium, High-Speed Rail Corridor, Indore Metro, and the analysis of the tunnel linings. His academic contributions span numerous, serving as a teaching assistant at IIT Madras and ad hoc faculty at NIT Goa, supporting numerous MTech theses in evaluation of structural concrete and seismic design. Recognized with Ultratech Cement Award for his research excellence, he has published in leading journals and presently international. His outreach efforts through webinars, workshops, and training programs underline his commitment to advancing precast technology and capacity building in structural engineering. I would like to invite Dr. Apurv Biswal, AGM Precast Work Competence Center, L&T Construction, on dais. Thank you. Sir. I request Dr. R. Nagendra to felicitate Dr. Apurv Biswal. Thank you, sir. Now over to you, Biswal, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. I think I will not make you sleep. We'll see some exciting projects of L&T. You all know our company. I will be talking something called detection and you do the correction. I will tell you the process we follow in our practices and how we can improvise it based on your comments. We will do it. Next. This is the complete overview of my presentation. I will be giving introduction about Larsen and Toubro projects, then directly jumping onto the seminar topic, which will be morely talking about non-destructive and destructive testings, then how repairs can be done, how strengthening can be done. Next. So you see the company portfolio here, starting from NHRCL high-speed rail projects where you get 40-meter full span segments. Then track slabs, you all will be knowing about metros, elevated corridors for train. You need a plinth slab to lay your rails. So now L&T has developed a scheme where you have a track slab, directly lay that on your deck, then you lay the rails. We do extensive work on tunnels. We have a tunnel institute where we train our employees in tunnel. You know this stadium where many IPL matches occurred. Then the tank, this is again it's a precast tank where H-frames are arranged such a way that we do the performance. Remember, once I remove beams, your question will be, does it perform? Yes, we have done pushover as well as cyclic analysis, time history analysis to prove that it performs better. And a localized testing, which will be further enhanced to do a global testing also. Then we do bridges everywhere. Many bridges we have done. Next. This is the latest goal. What we have achieved is 33.3 meter U-Gada. It's near to Manapakkam in front of our main campus. So this gather is about 250 metric tons and we used two 500-ton cranes to lay it. It took about 2 to 3 hours of time. This for Chennai Metro Rail Limited. These are two accomplished projects in Mumbai. You know Mission 96, I think many would have heard that 96 flats in 96 days were achieved. The days actually was 71 to complete the structure and the internal works took some other days. Again, we broke our own record by doing a 6-story car parking in 45 days. 42 days was the actual number for achieving that. It can, I think, take some 365 cars. Next. This is the factory which we have now taken up in Navade for doing some precast works. Here we have the first battery mold of India. Battery molds are like battery cells in multiple car things. So here you can cast different elements. Let's take it like a wall element or a slab type of, flat type of element. No extra projections coming out of it. But internal you can change, like you can give a door or a window opening or some cutouts. So this is the first battery mold is there in our factory. Next. This is where our company aims. Now, as you are aware that there are precast companies, there are precast vendors who supplies the elements. But now we want to do our own. So we have taken land where we'll be building a big factory, where we will be able to supply to our own projects so that we can ensure that quality is there. Next. Now let's come back to our own city where we are standing. This is Mumbai. You can see so many slums. So you have shortage of housing. Let's agree it. Let's target it. Target means you have to go for a faster construction. Can you please go next? This is the number. I don't want to read, no point of shaming ourselves. We need faster construction, but in what sense? Can we compromise the quality? Can we rush it? Faster doesn't mean that you rush, you pour the concrete and get something done in a day or in 2 days. But you should ensure that quality is there. Then safety. Many examples, many news flashes you have read, many bridges fell down, structures fell down, people died. So we cannot compromise safety. Then strengthening should not be requirement at the day one. You do strengthening, we should go for strengthening, but when it is needed, when let's assume I want to enhance my lifespan of my structure, but not at the day one by doing mistake. Next please. So let's come down to detection and correction, what to be detected. I don't have this pointer, so please excuse me. Defects, it can be non-structural, it can be structural. You all will be knowing non-structural defects. There are structural, structure itself will tell. So that's where engineering expertise comes. Non-structural cracks also sometimes declared as structural, like you have heard the previous speakers telling that shrinkage cracks and the rented peoples are fearing. That's true, because they will fear because they are paying for it. Now we should be answering it in a proper manner, proper documents, proper proof that it is non-structural. Then how to detect it? You have SHM to monitor it, but while detecting you will do destructive, non-destructive or partial destructive test. Then how to correct it? You may repair, sometimes we just inject, we just close the cracks, we just do surface finishes, or sometimes we go for strengthening. These are some cracks which I will not speak in. I know there are time constraints, we are running late by an hour. Please next. Let's see, why do I need to do condition assessment? Here our topic comes strengthening. So our life of the structure follows that red line always, even the red dotted line if you do intervention at the earlier stage of your structure. But real aim should be that black line where I wrote retrofit. That should have been our real aim in a time scale where we have achieved certain time to our structure. I do agree there are structures which is requiring retrofitting in the construction phase itself. So we do mistakes, let's agree that. I will show our own mistakes also. Then we strengthen at certain stage to get some new life or get back to the original life. Next. These are the common factors can affect design issues. We missed something, we miscalculated the load. Manufacturing damages, like while bringing the precast element, it got cracked. So, or it has got cracks earlier in the factory itself. Then service induced damages, like you excessively loaded. Let's take the example of the stadium there. Let's assume all those 2 lakhs people would have gone into the stadium. I don't expect what would have happened to the structure. Yes, we have given some factor of safety for design, but not like you jump in on this stage with capacity more than the strength it has. Next. These are certain symptoms we look at. So once we see, we start doing initial inspection. There we go. As an engineer, you should go. You should look at, okay, this is the crack. Let's accept it. It has come. Then what can be the reason? Is it shrinkage? Is it corrosion? Did it happen just after pouring of the concrete? So those things we ascertain. Then you gather all those information. Then you go for detailed investigation. Investigation cannot be done. Even analysis cannot be done without knowing what is the root cause. Then we do the assessment of structural conditioning if it is a structural problem. If not, we close it in the beginning. Then report and recommendation, there the retrofitting reports comes or repair report comes. Next. These are the things we do in NDT. I will be talking little on DT, only one test, something on partial DT. NDT, why to do? All those bold letters are the requirements. For me as a precast, I need early removal of my formworks. So I should know my concrete has gained strength. I cannot keep on testing cubes. So I should know how concrete matures. So I can do a maturity study and understand that. Something like long-term changes has occurred to my concrete. It happens. Sometimes your cracks can come long-term, long after that, but it's not a structural crack. It's because of the concrete itself. Concrete is a peculiar material which requires experts to study. Next. Let's now go to the detection of destructive, non-destructive and partial destructive tests. All my break slides will have some images of L&T. I will not be able to speak on them. Next. This is the core cutting. We do it, but remember any test we do, it should be supportive to one more test. We cannot do a single test and tell that we got the answer. That's not true. I'm not reading it. So many things are written here. Next. Let's come back to Mumbai. I bought this test here because we have so many heritage structures, and question is always raising that what is the load in the structure? You have a system called flat jack. You do a cut, measure the deformations initially, what is the initial values, do a cut, do the deformation measurement, then you load it, go back to the original position, you know the load inside the system. It sounds so good. Please go to the next slide. It has limitations. If the load is very low, we cannot quantify it. If the structure is not at all stressed, we cannot quantify it. So these are the limitations of flat jack test, and morphology or geometry of my materials also matters, because all those thicker elements as good, nice walls at the ends and infill in the middle. It's our forefathers were knowing it, that in the middle they don't need structural material, so they filled it. But slowly we came to know that there can be a differential settlements. So those can be the causes of failures. So that can be studied here, but with certain limitations being available with the flat jack test. Next, please. These are some tests where we want to know the concrete shear strength or concrete compressive strengths. You can do a pull out or pull off. The next slide. There are formulas which will let you know the strength out of it. There is mechanics behind it. So once you pull it, some cone of the concrete goes. The two names, US and Danish, shows you that those are the pioneers in this test and they developed this one. Please go to next. This is what we do in retrofitting parts also. We sometimes test the bond of the FRP layer to the parent concretes. Similar, you can do and correlate to your compressive strength. All these tests require backup tests. That means you cannot do a single test and tell I got the result. You should do multiple tests to backfit your bone curve, then you predict your strength out of it. Next, please. This is the test I will spend little time because I know many where I have seen, even in my company, they suggest do a UPB, come to know the crack depth, come to know the quality of concrete. UPB can be done in all three manners, and those curves you are seeing, those are the curves output from the UPB machine. Now where to pick, what to pick, this is where your engineering judgment has to come, not the operator who knows he put the probes and gave you a value. That's not the truth. Inside that machine, this curve is there. Where to pick? I have picked some points there. I may sometimes pick the letter picks. Or I may tell that, okay, I will calculate the energy under this curve or area under this curve. To know some outputs out of it, which is the technical expertise required. You cannot take some company, give him, okay, do this UPB and kindly tell me my quality of the concrete is good. He will tell you a value 3.4, you go to the code table, wow, nice, 3.4 has matched. But the value can be at the surface level only. We'll go to the next slide, please. You can see the surface is very good, inside is something else. I can show you based on this curve that the slope of the line got tilted drastically. That's showing that you have some other material there, and UPB has so many limitations. A direct value went without any effect of reinforcements. Just below you can see it will go very fast. In steel UPB will go very fast, so that got affected. A crack depth prediction by direct readings also can be done, only if you know multiple readings in that zone. Sometimes the velocity passes through the crack if your crack is water filled. If your crack has some other contacts. Sometimes it will just rebound. We know that defect zone is there. That's what we do in impact echo to know the pile porosity or pile bad concreting. Next, please. This one sample, as you would have heard from him, I did my PhD, so I also did intentional defects in specimens. To know those curves I showed you are good. See the one panel, it goes straight line. It should have gone straight line in the next panel also. But in my joint zone, something has happened. It didn't go. Next, please. Similar concept I can use to get the crack depth with the limitations that where is my reinforcement, how much did it affect, can I correct the result. We can do those and get that value. Next, please. Now let's come to CT scan. We all did or would have seen it. Let's do that same thing for structures. These are the parameters which will be required to do it for the structure. Next, please. These are the machine. There are many other. I'm not familiar with others. That's why I'm not naming it. I'm familiar with Solgeo. I like that company, so I gave it. Prosec is a brand itself. So they have 16-channel probes where you can do tomography directly, localized regions. So what it gives is internal slices of your structure. Next, please. This is, you can see, intentionally made with problems. That doesn't mean that I created the problem intentionally at the location, particular location. No. I did something to the grouting so that problems can arise. One where I didn't do anything. You can see the differences. We do this for dams. You have seen seepage, so much of seepage. then surface treatment, then inside grouting or epoxy. All these studies are done for the dam. We did for Tungabhadra. The dam he showed in Solier, we did. So there what happens, we cut slices of the dam using UPV machines, with tomography being the back technique. Then we try to find out the localized zones where problems are there. It's not like all the throughout the height problem will be there. Let's take the other curve where some slight defect is there. But that I am not worried, because that was at the surface level. That might have occurred while I am desoldering my specimens. Next please. Let's now come back to the topic. Here we will talk about little bit of strengthening. Again, I will not talk about the projects. You know it. Please, next. Let's see what we do. We follow some 5 Ds. Next, please. We first detect. Once the crack has been reported from site or by an engineer or by a quality person, we go there, we inspect it, we check it, built versus design intention. Did we satisfy? Next, please. Then we diagnose. Diagnose means you go as a doctor with your stetho to check. So we call the experts, NDT and DT, then geometric verifications and preliminary analysis. When I say preliminary, it is always remember the 2D frame analysis we have done, or if the initial analysis itself is 3D, we do a 3D analysis. Next, we take a decision whether can we go for a detailed micro or macro level finite element analysis. Then comparison with the design intent. Did I intend this behavior? If yes, then go ahead. That's not a structural flaw. That has occurred. Then deficiency calculation. This is where our strengthening should have come this much. Then deployment. Next please. These are the things. We strengthen, then we give a report for strengthening deficiency, this much deficiency. Please calculate the FRP for this much and do a strengthening for this. With experts, I am not that expert in strengthening. Then repair, at that time we have an internal committee. So they sit with the client or with the PMC, finalize the procedure at the beginning of the project itself. Whenever this repeats, we will be doing this only. Then temporary measures, because if the structure is getting affected suddenly, we know it needs intervention today, otherwise tomorrow it will be having some problem. So temporary measures will be suggested, like supporting it or giving some internal frames inside it so that load get transferred. We have heard like a truss in the system or columns in between with the piles to take care of the internal floors where you can work in. Similar things we do. Then timeline, how much do we need? Final please. Then documentation, this is where we need it. You should have proper document if you want your future to know what you have done. Let's take anything. Let's take my own temple at Puri. Many documents are there to prove you that what has been done by the day-to-day strengthening, starting from British era to today, all you can find. Even when the Konark temple got filled by sand, that documents are also still there with proper write-up by Britishers. They were, yes, it was Indian who did it, but at the time when British peoples were there. So they have kept those documents for us only to intervene in the later stage, to change your intention at the later stage. Next please. All those we saw, all those are interrelated, iterative. It's not like one instance I told this is the goal, this is what to be done. That may not be true at the next stage. Next please. Let's now see what we do in finite element to know the strengthening. Any member when it comes, if it is 2D, I may have column, beam, girder, box girder, it may be a portal, it may be a span of a bridge where I showed you the initial model and what can be the requirements, what is the modeling requirements, do I have all my material properties properly, do I have my reinforcement, my geometry properly, then any other consideration like maybe serviceability criteria based on some code says you that crack width will be 0.2 mm. Do I need to meet that? If I am hampering that, how much I can go ahead? Is the area is so much prone to corrosion that I cannot do anything? Then that codal requirement. Next please. Here we go to FEM for micro and macro. When I say micro and macro, we go for the local. I cannot do a global analysis to know the strengthening requirements. I have to go down to the local. From the global, I will know the deficiency at cert. But the strengthening, whatever I did, or intervention, whatever I did, it's satisfied or not, only this shows me the picture. That's where I end. I formalize the report and tell, okay, go ahead with this strengthening. Please next. This is how L&T works. Let's take chips has occurred or surface spalling has occurred, hairline cracks has occurred, shrinkage cracks or alkali aggregate reaction has occurred. Similar pattern of crack will be looking when alkali and aggregate reacts. So all these occurs. It's not like we are God and our projects will be supported by the God, no cracks, nothing. We do have defects. So in the day one itself, we formalize this. Okay, this defect has come, this defect is because of this, and this is going to be a report for this, and whenever this repair is going to occur, we are going to follow this standard protocol. This is the standard method to repair. Remember, there will be bold lines telling if something occurred, you cannot do. Some value has crossed the limit, you cannot use this document as the parent document. You should consult again the design engineer or the intended functional engineer to know whether that document is valid for that case or not. Next, please. Let's take some cases in precast. So, next please, you be there. So these are 3 cases I took, initial, member 1 and member 2, very good fit. I have no intervention. In the second case, wrong placement. The guy who was measuring 100, he is supposed to measure, he measured 150. Or 100 he is supposed to measure, he measured 50. That is a human error, that is going to happen. You cannot say that everything is automated, so nothing is going to happen, that will happen. Or wrong placement has occurred, misplaced, or completely not there, or shortage of dowel. What can be done? What are the factors affecting here? Diameter of the rebar, position, how it is positioned in the thickness direction, orientation of the rebar, and strength of the concrete. Remember, always I am going to point out strength of the concrete because high strength concretes are not that helping you. Once you do repair, you need the same strength concrete or anything repair material higher than that. I cannot go M15 to repair M50 or M80. I cannot do that. If you do that, there will be drastic problem for you. We have faced it also. Next, please. This is what repair protocol looks like, something for the installation of a new dial. Next, please. This is how repair protocol looks like when I have localized area where I can bend down my rebar with certain juggling or certain slope. There are standards, 1:6. You may slightly violate, but not drastically. Next, please. Once you do it, you you make this report. Background of this report, structural engineer has worked, he has calculated, he has done all those calculations and find out this report. Next, please. What we did, we detected. Next. We diagnosed the problem, we took the decision, we deployed it, and finally we took the document so that it stays with us. Next, please. It stays with us for throughout the long life of the project, and later stage if we hand over the project to anybody, or later stage we need to come back and do something. Next, please. Now we are taking a case where I have 2 wall panels with CIS slab and CIS beam. The particular, in this case, what happened? Reinforcement for the beam has to come from the wall. We forgot. Next, please. We forgot these many reinforcements should come. Now I need to do a drill. I need to put those reinforcements. But thickness of the walls are playing the manner. In a wall, I have longer length or direction of the wall. I can drill. I can drill to the LD requirements or the development length requirement for the grout, whatever I am using, or epoxy I am using. But for the short wall, I cannot do that. So here again, we come back. We come back to the desk, we do the analysis. Next, please. We find out how I can support it based on design. I cannot reject it because it has already been cast. Now, I may increase my number of reinforcements by calculating the actual strength available in my rebar based on the actual development length, or I may calculate the beam itself with the actual stress. That means whether my beam is safe with the actual stress. Both can be done. With the actual length available, you give a FS, check your rebar, give some extra rebars, or with the rebars possible, you calculate back the FS and check your structure whether it's satisfied. Next, please. Same 5D will follow. Next, next, next. Next. So same 5Ds are followed, reports are prepared, proper flow is done. I am not showing now the reports anymore. Next. Now a case always happens in precast, the planks, then CIS concrete. Both behaves composite. Please note, we don't require any dowels between the plank and the CIS concrete if my forces are limited by some value, and interfacial shear at those interfaces are below some value. If it is more than 0.55 MPa, then we need to provide certain reinforcements, or we intentionally keep it below that by reducing the load on the structures, or increasing the thickness of the members. So all these precast planks are cast horizontal. While handling, chances of cracks are there. When you cast something flat, thin, thermal cracks, shrinkage cracks are going to come. If you want to avoid, you should have a closed room, environment controlled, and your materials. Remember, sand is the culprit. Not cement, not aggregate always. Sand is the culprit. Sand with little bit of any soil parameters will give you shrinkage cracks and other cracks. And thermal, because we aim a lot. We want everything to happen in a day, or rather I will correct the number, 18 hours. That is our shift works. So we go for high strength concrete to do that. So we may face cracks in the planks. This is the tension zone. So cracks is allowed. All our beams, all our members which are in the tension zone, they are cracked already. Maybe we are not able to see the cracks, they are very micro, or they are not visible to our eyes. But cracks are allowed in those regions. Next please. We will do repairs now. This is the repair form, not strengthening. Strengthening, yes, once the crack has come because of the loading. So certain protocols, some holes, some epoxy nozzle, and doing it by gravity currently. Next please. Same complete process, doing it by epoxy pressure injection from the bottom. Again, next please. Same 5 steps we followed. We did it nicely. We documented it. Next please. Next. All those documentations are done. Analysis backbone is done, and report is prepared so that we can follow the protocol in the next works. Next. Here we will go slow. This is a structural intervention now. This is a tank made of planks. Next. Then we do CIS concrete pour. You stop there. You go one back, one more. Back, yeah, that's good. CIS pour, and all bottom I have a precast support for like the plank I have. Now what has happened when I was doing CIS pouring, due to some mishaps. Next, 2 orthogonal direction walls got bent. Now remember, dowels were projecting from the slab where the wall was resting. We first went down, saw the project, what has happened. Did my planks crack? No. Plank got displaced because proper supporting was not there. And pouring of the concrete was not proper. Suddenly something has happened and concrete got poured little higher rate and planks started displacing. Next please. First thing is prop it. Then decide what to be done. Next, we remove the concretes wherever our problem was there. Next, these are push and pull props. We moved it back to the original position. Next, now the strengthening comes. Calculation works here. We don't rely only on the bottom dowel now, because I know I have given a displacement to it, so that grouting and all would have done some problems. Now I have given a top tie at the top to the CIS topping which is going to come. So all these things are done while prop was there. Calculation was done while prop was there. The number of dowels were calculated, properly drilled and placed in position with a development zone anchor plates. Then reporting was done and convincing the client was done, so that we can allow this method for doing it. So you wanted to ask something? No. Next please. Again, we took the decision, we did the documentation, and finally we got the game or the ball point, whatever we wanted to achieve. This is where I am ending. Next please. So again some work of L&T. Next. So what we covered is detect by doing some test, then decide what to be done, strengthening or repair, or micro and macro level finite element. Again, doing micro and macro level finite element, you need experts. It cannot be always done for any structure just by thinking it. It requires so much of computational cost. The cost of computational sometimes can be half of your design cost also. So finite element you should choose if it is very, very important project where we cannot salvage the thing, or we cannot throw it away, or the cost of your member is so costly that you should find out a strengthening method and do a repair, or the structure is already built. Now there is no way, we cannot run away from other options. We have to salvage the structure by doing strengthening, because new structure cannot be built. Thank you very much. So this is my campus IIT Madras. Any question please? We have time.
Yeah, you completed much before you had another 10 minutes.
So they gave me 30 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions on the presentations done so far? Detection to correction of structures.
Please feel free. If I don't know, I will give the answer that I don't know. Yes, please.
What is the reason of going for financial maintenance? What was the
structure we do? Let's take. I have a brief here where I am doing the strengthening.
No, I am talking about this particular.
Okay, this particular structure we did local first stage of analysis, preliminary only. We don't need to go for the secondary analysis. No.
And second thing is that what I saw from your slides, the length of the reverse, that is Y16, I think, 16 dia reverse per years. The length given for 16 dia reverse is 800.
Okay.
Now let me just finish it. I presume that bar is the anchor bar that was provided there was to take care of the tension that is developing due to the displacement of the vertical wall. Am I correct? If that be the case, then why so much of length is required? Because you went for definitely chemical grouting.
Yes.
Then why that much of length was required?
Are you talking about the first
Top one. I am talking about. No, last one.
Last one.
Yeah.
Last one. Actually, we did it in CIS concrete. So top of my tank is concrete again placed at side. So at CIS I have to give it the full length. I am not drilling to a precast element. Above the precast element I have structural screed where waterproofing is going to come. So above that we took the rebar, not to the precast plank which is acting as a slab. I cannot tie it there. Then drilling it to that 75 or 60 mm thick slab will be very difficult.
That is very difficult.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, please.
NDT equipment.
Yes.
If you are saying that they are giving only surface strength, not inside, that is true, then how can you rely on those results?
No, sir. It depends on how you are taking it. The three methods I showed are direct, indirect and semi-direct. Direct method is reliable method because it has only one path to pass, but let's take a case where these two thicks or fins of my wall are very good material. Let's take steel, which will pass the webs very faster. Inside I have sand field. You will never know. You have to do tomography there, cut the slice to know the slant. Otherwise, only direct method, if you have placed your probes somehow differently, it will pass through.
Using UPV?
Yes.
Other than UPV, what we can do?
You can, there are other methods. Actually, sometimes you can just bang. Sound test itself is sufficient to know whether you have porosity or not.
What is the material inside that we can't know?
That's true. That's true. Then we will go to the destructive ones, core cutting. None of our UPB non-destructive tests are final. They move you back to core cutting, just they support you to know the number of cores you require. First slide I wrote 3 cores minimum, that 3 where to take. UPB will guide us because it costs 50 per location or 100 per location. One core cutting, drilling it will cost you much higher, maybe sometimes 20 times higher or 30 times higher than a UPB cost. Yes, please.
Yeah, very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Mainly nowadays we require early strength concrete for many reasons. For precast, it is for shifting, deshuttering, So how you evaluate the strength of structure in that case?
So actually, LE strength, you do cube test. You first do your mix design. You find out that actually strength, what you require, you do your planning, precast planning, that I want my mold in 24 hours. So I want it to desutter in 18 hours. That 4 hours is the buffer time which you have. Then you decide in 18 hours, I need a tensile strength of, let's assume 1 MPa. For 1 MPa concrete, the minimum compressive strength I require is 30 MPa. Now you target back, come back from your original mix design. Now M30 is not the design mix you are doing. M30 in 1 day is your design mix you are doing. Go back, you will end up in 75 to 80 MPa. That's where you will do the mix design. Now your target strength in 1 day is achieved. You may not do a cube test to prove it. You can do maturity meter, place it below your mold. Maturity gives you the concrete, how much it has gained. You have backbone curves or well-proof curves while doing the mix design. Just match the time. For the sake of complicity, you may do 3 cubes. You may not require all batches of concrete being tested. Sometimes my member may go for 2-3 RMC. I may not require all 2-3 being tested. I may do only 3 cubes to prove that my maturity meter and my test results are true. And in precast we do that. It is the only way we can do it.
You are conducting maturity test.
Maturity test we are doing. We have molds placed with maturity meter below them. So the heat of the mold is already sensed.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, please. Yes. I have come across the cracks, but I am not concrete expert. Let me be frank. Concrete is not that material which can be dealt with anyone. So let me be frank. But I have come across the cracks. Those cracks are those star pattern cracks, which will be like plaster cracks. But it comes in concrete. It only can come because of aggregate, nothing else.
I wouldn't agree with that. So I was very curious, since you classified as ASR in India, one of the certain geologies which can affect create ASR, that's who I come across in Odisha a little bit and other places. That was very important.
Madam, I belong to Odisha.
Yeah, few very quarries are there,
Yes.
which have been abandoned because of the ASR aspect. I was always very curious to know.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you for the patience. I think I covered the topic what I supposed to cover. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aprup Biswal, for your excellent presentation. Starting from detection to correction, involving all 5 Ds procedure. It was very exhaustive and a nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aprup sir. Now moving ahead, our next speaker is Mr. Sunny Surlekar. Mr. Sunny Surlekar is a distinguished professional in the field of civil engineering and construction materials. Mr. Surlekar holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from VJTI, Mumbai, and a master's in civil engineering from the University of Michigan, USA. He brings with him a wealth of a global experience, having worked for over 18 years internationally in the field of building chemicals across a region including the USA, Europe, Brazil, the Middle East and India. He currently serves as the director of Assist Build Chem Private Limited and also the director of the Institute of the International Talent Development, a training and development organization dedicated to advancing technical skills in the construction industry. Mr. Surlekar is a fellow of the Association of Consulting Civil Engineering India and hold active membership with leading professional bodies such as ACI, the Institution of Engineers India, the Indian Concrete Institute, the Indian Society of Structural Engineers, and the Indian chapter of the American Concrete Institute. He serves as the president of the Indian chapter of ACI, a past managing committee member of ICI Mumbai, and also served as a past editor of Concrete India, the official journal of ICACI. In addition, he He contributes to national committees, including those developing ICI handbooks on admixtures, waterproofing, and concrete repairs. He was awarded with the Chapter Activities Award by American Concrete Institute, USA. Mr. Sunny Surlekar would be presenting on the topic of application of injection grouting system in repair and rehabilitation. I would like to invite Mr. Sunny Surlekar on the stage. Welcome, Sunny sir. I request Dr. R. Nagendra to facilitate Mr. Sunny Surlekar. Thank you, Nagendra sir. Now over to you, Sunny sir.
Thank you very much. Very, very good afternoon. For me, this is always, coming back to VJTI is always a lot of memories come up when we are in this place. The auditorium, of course, now looks much better, much more modern than what I remembered. Just let me see if I can get this working. Yeah, I can. So that is good. It's always, like I said, a very, very kind of sweet moment for me to always come back, talk to people here. Of course, being VJTI, it also makes me a bit nervous because I know the kind of people who are sitting in front of me are, pretty much stalwarts in this entire thing. And then to kind of explain certain concepts or to, talk about things, it gets pretty challenging. And of course, the questions that might come later on also scares me a bit further. But anyways, today what I'll try to do is talk a bit about injection grouting, how we can apply this to different repair procedures. Like, grouting is oftentimes very, very misunderstood in our repairs and rehabilitation line. Most people just think of it simply like, okay, you mix up some cement and water, take a simple pump or just pump it inside your structure and be done with it. No, but there's a lot more to it. Like what kind of different materials are there? How do we go about the injection patterns? How can we select the materials to, fit what kind of application we're looking at? It is, as a subject matter, it is pretty complex. We have given over time lot of thought to it, developed a lot of technologies on how these materials work practically and what kind of solutions it can, what kind of solutions it can present. So that was basically the outline of it. So one thing that I learned, as a concrete technologist, one fundamental truth we kind of pick up right in the beginning, that concrete will crack. Okay, there are no two ways around it. We can't go around the fact there are lot of different types of cracks. Again, I don't need to go into it. Then what we need to actually do is figure out whether we need to fill those cracks. That is always step one. And if we do, then why are we doing it? So there are only two reasons basically. One is that we will be doing it to improve the strength of the member that we are trying to treat, or secondly, we are trying to improve the durability. Because cracks, of course, they indicate both things. It indicates a structural problem or a durability problem. So concrete injections also in international codes, it is also referred to as a whole separate area. So like EN 1504, which is like the Euro code for repair materials and techniques. So that very clearly covers the entire injection grouting topic as a whole separate area which needs to be taken care of. So using injection grouting, you can achieve multiple points in a repair. So you can protect your concrete against ingress of substances. You can stop water coming into your structure. Structural strengthening, like when you're using structural materials like cementitious grouts or epoxy, you can actually improve the load carrying ability of your member. Then of course, because you're stopping ingress of say water or carbon dioxides or other harmful materials, you're also restoring passivity of the reinforcement and overall providing protection to your steel reinforcement. So always the thing we check before the injection is like, of course the aim is finally to fill it up, but you have to know what caused the crack. If you don't know what caused the crack, then most probably you will be selecting the wrong kind of material or the wrong kind of methodology to fill it up. So always when we talk about whenever we talk about like structural, from a structural standpoint, cracked concrete is acceptable, right? Up to a certain limit for each and every different type of structure. Like if you're looking at normal structures, then about 0.3 mm crack width is acceptable. For structures which want a very, very long service life, of course, your minimum crack width goes down. But unless you hit that minimum crack width, you don't have to be worried about. Like even on your slab, if you're seeing hundreds of like these, really fine grazing cracks, which are less than 0.1 mm or 0.2 mm, I would say just leave it alone. Don't go on digging it up, or don't go on chasing it, opening it up, closing it. No, that will just introduce more problems into your structure. If your structure meets the minimum crack widths, just keep it there. If the crack widths are more than what your structure needs, only in that case you start thinking about the next step. So if you want to take a look at how do we fill up these cracks, or how do we fill up these voids, it is very, very important that we understand what's going on. So unless we understand this, you cannot select the material correctly. So some of the things that we normally take a look at is what is your crack depth, whether these are only surface cracks or whether these cracks go deep. Then second thing we take a look at is what is the crack width. Okay, whether it's a very fine crack, like less than 1 millimeter fine kind of cracks, or they are wide cracks and you need to fill those up. Then we see what is the movement in the crack. Okay, whether it's a static crack or it's a dynamic crack. Again, that will dictate what kind of material or method you use for the injection. And last but not least, we mostly miss what is the wetness of the crack. Like oftentimes, like in the olden times when the materials were not that far progressed ahead, like anyone who was thinking of resin epoxies directly used to say, oh, you resin materials, say, okay, you go and do an epoxy grouting. Not thinking whether the crack is wet or whether it is dry. Because in certain conditions, your epoxy is simply not going to work. So then you have to think of other kind of materials. So anytime, like basically even when we think of filling up cracks, if your cracks are very shallow and on the surface, you can use the most simplest of the repair materials. Like if your cracks are barely 0.1 mm, not very deep, simply put a crack bridging coating over it, there's no problem further. You don't need to go with very complicated ways of crack treatment. If they're a little bit deeper, you can go in for like an epoxy impregnation if it is dry. Okay. If it's a little bit deeper, you can just cut it out with a grinder, fill it with a polymer mortar and put a coating on top. So these are all for your near surface cracks kind of. Only when your cracks go a bit deeper, then you have to start thinking about your actual epoxy injection, what we refer to as. So there you will be actually drilling these holes and putting in these packers like this, and then you will be injecting the material into the crack. So that is required only in case of deeper cracks. So that is how we basically start thinking about it. Actually, this is a slide left over from my last training. But yeah, many people ask, how do we actually find crack depth? So there are many ways of looking at it, like both from an engineering standpoint or a little bit advanced. Advanced, Dr. Aparoop just he showed you this with the UPV machine that you can actually find out what the crack depth is over here. But simple things you can do is things like use a pin. If you can see the crack, use a pin, see how deep it goes. I mean, these are very preliminary kind of ways of looking at it, but it can give you a good indication. For example, you can use a grinder. So maybe just use a grinder for 1 mm, 2 mm, just go on seeing whether you can see the crack below it. So all these are very simple ways of judging cracks, because see, you need an approximate idea. Okay, this is not a very minute kind of science. So as long as you have a good idea what you're looking at, you can definitely find the next thing. The next part you have to take a look at, like I said, first one was the crack depth, second is the crack width. Because for the crack width, as the width becomes smaller, you need a different kind of material to fill it up. Like if your cracks are very, very fine, like for example, if they're only about 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 mm, then any kind of cement or cementitious grout that you try to put into it is simply not going to work. Your cementitious grout is not going to be able to penetrate or wet the crack and go and fill it up. So if your cracks are very, very fine, you go ahead with a resin-based system. It can be epoxy, it can be PU. If your cracks are slightly wider, like 0.25 mm or something like that, in that case you can use at microfine cements. And only if they are really wide, like more than 0.8, 0.9 mm wide, only then you can start thinking about using a cementitious grout, for example. So oftentimes our solution is like, very unidirectional. Anytime you see a crack, cement grout. Anytime you see something, epoxy grout. But that is not the case. So you have to select it again based on the crack width. So many people ask, okay, how do you measure crack width? So one is, of course, by visual observations, you get these crack gauges. So they are simple cards which look like this. Okay, so I have some, maybe you can just ask me once you meet me downstairs. So a simple crack card can help you measure what is the width of your crack. If you need a bit more scientific method, you can use a vernier caliper. So very, again, simple ways of doing it. It can be done on every site. Crack movement, of course, is very, very important, because if your cracks are moving, you cannot fill it up with a rigid system. Like if your cracks are dynamic, for example, on a bridge deck or on a podium, there's continuous movement and a cracks open and close all the time. So in that case, if you try to repair that with something like, say, epoxy or a cementitious material, these materials are rigid. They bond very well to to your crack faces. So in that case, your basic crack filling will let go. So there you need a much more flexible material, something along the lines of a polyurethane or an acrylic or something like that. So you need flexibility to bridge those kind of cracks that move. So again, all these different crack principles, they play a very important role. How to measure crack movement? Simple technique is use a masking tape. You can just stick a masking tape over the crack. If it moves, the tape comes off from one end. So it's a very, very simple way of looking at it. Or you also get these kind of crack monitors available in the market today. You can buy them from many of the testing equipment manufacturers and so on. And last but not least, you have to see what is the wetness of the crack. So certain materials like moisture, like polyurethanes and methacrylate based materials, they like moisture. So you can use them in different moist conditions. But things like epoxy do not. So if you are using an epoxy, you are using an epoxy material to grout a crack, then you do need only a dry or a slightly damp surface. If you try to put epoxy into some place where there is a lot of water or moisture coming through, then it's simply not going to set properly, and you are not going to get, again, the intended filling ability for that one. So based on all those things, like, the basic materials that we say they are not that many. Whatever that we use to fill cracks. There are cementitious grouts, there are epoxy grouts, then there are polyurethanes. So in polyurethanes, you come up with, again, multiple types of polyurethanes. Okay, so there is no one solution for every kind of thing. So there are polyurethanes which are structural in nature. I'll show you, we'll go through the materials after this one by one when I show you the case studies. There are polyurethanes which do not foam and are very, very flexible. So you can use them for filling up moving cracks. And then there are the kind of foaming polyurethanes that you see here. So these are only used to stop flowing water. Like if you have water coming in under very high pressure and you need to slow it down, so in that case you use those kind of materials. There are also, of course, other materials like methacrylates. So you can create curtains, basically curtains behind your structure. If you cannot go on injecting your cracks one by one, there are too many cracks in, say, like a basement or in a tunnel. One of your segments has a lot of cracks. You cannot follow each one and fill each one of them up. So in that case, we just do a grid. We just create a grid like this. We directly drill the holes through and through the element. Like we'll drill it through the slab and inject the material below the slab. So it will kind of create a membrane on the negative side, on the other side of your structural element. So these kind of things are also possible. So now, as with all modern materials, you have to find a way to get it to the right place, right? So your basic pumps, like, the old Killick-Nixon pumps or the hand pumps, like those are the old technologies. So you can use them for certain cementitious grouts. But as we are looking to more and more sophisticated ways of construction, you also need more and more sophisticated kind of machines. So you normally have your one component, two component machines, and then there are separate machines to also pump in cementitious materials. So now the entire injection system is exactly what you think, like, when the doctor gives us an injection. So basically the pump is the syringe, the packer is the needle. So you need that needle to get the material to the crack. That is the basic idea. So there are many, many different types of packers available, and again you select them based on the type of injection that you're about to do. So what do you normally need, like as a complete this thing? You have to select the right injection pump, like, based on the type of job that you're doing. After that, you have to select the correct packer, the correct needle to get the material to the void that you're trying to fill. Some accessories you need, generally things like cleaners, safety equipment, things like that. And then, based on the four criteria that we saw below, from that we will select the injection material. Whether it is cementitious, whether it's epoxy, whether it is different kinds of polyurethane, whether it's a silicate grout or an acrylic, that will depend on the type of crack or type of void that we are about to fill. So talking a little bit again based on EN 1504, talking a little bit about what kind of materials are available. There are only, as a classification, there are only 3 types of grouting materials. The first one is ductile filling. So ductile means what? I'm seeing now how many people are awake. Ductile materials, so very flexible kind of materials. The second one is force transmitting materials. That means materials with a compressive strength, something that that has strength and it can fill the cracks. And then there is another family of materials called swelling materials. So these materials, they kind of absorb water and they swell up in the presence of water. When the water goes away, again the volume decreases. So these kind of materials are often used, like the last one we use mostly for durability enhancement or for waterproofing. All your force transmitting materials like epoxies or structural PUs or cementitious grout, we use actually for structural repairs. That means to give an element strength. And then the ductile filling ones, again, we use it mostly to stop water or, where there are moving cracks. Then we talk about the different, by materials if we talk about, so for all the structural materials, you've got your epoxies, microfine cements, fine cements. And then for all your durability fixing kind of materials, you've got your different polyurethanes, you've got your polyurethane foams and your different kind of methacrylate gels. So I'll show you like each one with a little bit things. This is, if you're interested, I'll also I can give you a paper later on, but this is a very quick kind of guide on how you can select the material. This is like a material selection at a glance. So like if you have only surface cracks, then you can fix it with a cementitious material, with an epoxy or with a coating. Like if you have a moving crack, then you select a polyurethane or a methacrylate gel. So things like that. So this is kind of a ready reckoner on how you can select the materials at a very, very quick pace. So again, another thing that becomes important when we're talking about injection materials is the viscosity and the surface tension. So basically the materials need to have a low viscosity so that they're able to, go into finer and finer media. Like your cracks, sometimes they can be very, very fine. So they need to have a low viscosity to go and fill them up. And they need to have a low surface tension. Surface tension of water is around 72. So normally your injection resins need to have a surface tension lower than that, so they can go in and actually wet the surfaces that they're trying to fill. If you can't wet the surface properly, you will not have a complete filling part of it. Again, when you're thinking about structural repair or strengthening, so there it is again what Mr. Aparup said, like you have to match the injection material to the substrate. Otherwise it doesn't work. Like for example, if you have masonry, I've seen this often, like if you have old heritage structures, masonry which has got a low compressive strength, like 4-5 MPa, and people try to repair it with an epoxy that is 90 MPa, that is kind of disaster waiting to happen. So you have to match the compressive strengths or the properties of your injection material with your existing substrate. So again, a few this thing. I'll not get into the chemistry of the things, but little bit I'll show you, now some of the materials that we use and some case studies relating to them. So epoxy resins, we know they have been in use for a very long period of time. The newer generation epoxy resins, of course, we can get it in really low viscosities as well. They're mostly 2 component, A plus B. You mix them up, put it in a pump and you pump it forward. Again, these are materials characterized by very high compressive strength. You cannot use them in wet conditions. Just always remember that it needs a dry substrate to work into, but it is one of the best things you can do for structural repair. Okay, so as long as things like you've got things like bridge decks or different types of slabs that you're trying to do, sometimes even columns or beams or things like that when you're trying to repair it, then this is one of the best things you can use. This, for example, is a very practical example which we did here in Chhattisgarh. So it is basically a very, very large clarifier tank. So now this slab was full of voids, both cracks as well as lot of voids inside it. Not very big voids, maybe say max to max about 3 to 4 mm voids were seen inside it. So here you can see that wherever it is a bit dry, they're going in with the epoxy injections, but then there were also areas which was actually showing a lot of active water leakage. So in this case, we ended up using a structural polyurethane. So structural polyurethane means, again, it's a material which does not foam very much, and it's a polyurethane which, in addition to being flexible, also generates a compressive strength of say about 60 to 70 MPa. So this is exactly what I was trying to show in terms of how you go about the material selection. Like this is the wet area, for example, done with a structural polyurethane. This is the dry area being done with an epoxy resin. So same project, same locations, but two different spots in the same tank, but still you use two different methods to get the right result. The next type of material that normally comes up is polyurethane foams. In the Indian context, like nowadays for building waterproofing and all, it is very common to say that, oh, we want to do a polyurethane injection. So this is normally what is used, and this is not actually the right solution that should be used. Injection with a foaming polyurethane, like these polyurethanes, they foam up very, very fast. I'll show you that in a minute. And because they foam so much, like the foaming is normally about 15 to 55 times its initial volume. That means if you take if you take 100 grams of the material, it foams up to almost 5.5, 6 liters. So it foams that much. But when a material foams that much, that means it does not have any structural integrity left inside it. There's a lot more air rather than the resin. So these kind of materials are often used for temporary stoppage of water. So you normally stop the water or slow down the water with this kind of a material. It does not have a permanent sealing effect, but then you have to follow it up with a secondary injection. So secondary injection can be a structural polyurethane, or it can be an epoxy resin if there is no water, or it can be a methacrylate or some other method. So just to show you how this material looks really fast. So you can normally see these materials come as a single component system. So they mostly have the main component. Then they have an accelerator which has to be used in a very small quantity. And then the moment you add water, the material simply just foams up very, very fast. Oops, sorry, you did not see that. But anyways, you can see, but I don't know why it's doing this. Anyways, but again, like I said, not all foams are the same, so be very careful. So you have to test out or know what your foam does. Like generally what we see is that really well formulated foams, they don't have any kind of a solvent content. So because of that, these foams are relatively stable. Like these are basically the foams cast on day 1, and this is how it looks on like day 3. So if you try to do a waterproofing system with like this foam, for example, you can see on day 2, day 3, it goes, it just deflates like a cake. And once this happens, again, your water finds a way inside. But if you see the first one, this one on day 1, this one on day 2 is exactly the same. So then you know that it is going to last longer. But in any case, anytime you do a foam injection like this, you need to follow it up with a secondary kind of treatment. Like this is, for example, we did some manholes. This was in Goa, like the repair of certain manholes. So in this, there was a problem. Like the area that you're seeing down below, it's actually made in brickwork, and then there is soil behind it. So the problem there was the way that it was constructed. There is both soil coming in through the joints as well as water coming in through the joints. So we had to do something to kind of bind and consolidate the soil outside so that there is no water coming inside. So that is where we started doing injection. You can actually see the amount of water that used to come in. So the moment we put a single hole, the water just kind of springs out very, very fast. So in this case, what we did is we directly drilled a hole across the brick wall and created a curtain behind the manhole. So that kind of ensured that the entire soil and the polyurethane, they mixed together. They formed like a kind of waterproof mass on the outside. And following that, the manholes were then repaired. I think there's a picture after this also. Yeah. So like this. So we went through the wall section through and through and did the injections. And after that it was repaired. The manhole was repaired. So that was as far as the foaming ones go. The next type of polyurethane that normally comes into play are what we call structural polyurethanes. So these are basically two component materials. When you mix them together, they don't foam very much in presence of water, and they develop a compressive strength. So normally 60 to 70 MPa in compressive strength these materials can develop. And these materials are what we call progressively foaming. So that means the more water it meets, the more it foams. Like if there's a small amount of water, the material remains in resin form. If there's a large amount of water, the material kind of foams. So we often use this kind of materials, you know, in places like dams, for example. This is one of our active sites in Gujarat. This is for a dam. You know, just near the gates, there are these large columns which kind of leak almost continuously throughout the year. So you can see the amount of water that comes out through one of these places. Normally it's the flow is much stronger, but since the water level has fallen, the flow is a little bit slower right now. The moment it rains, it goes crazy. So basically, under those kind of conditions, we are trying to fill up all those cavities with a structural polyurethane. So under the pressure of water, when this material is pumped inside, it foams slightly, it stops the water initially, and the further part, like the face part where we are injecting the material, then gets filled up with the structural polyurethane. So it is both strengthening that column gate area, as well as it is stopping the water in that. And this has been now very successful. I think the first two phases of this project is over. The next one will be coming up shortly. So a lot of interesting applications like this can be taken up, you know, once you know the right way to do this. We also have done this for a lot of sewage tunnels, for example. So outside sewage tunnels, you've got basically these precast sections, and on top you've got the entire soil fill running. So here you need to both consolidate the soil a little bit, you know, so that there's no load on the tunnel and it does not crack. So near the crown we are doing the injection so that it strengthens that particular area. Basically, we are injecting the grout into the soil, not into the structural element. So once you do that, you strengthen it on the outside. It also stops the water from coming inside, and after that, the tunnel is lined from inside with a cementitious material. This kind of material, structural polyurethanes are also used to fix these kind of tunnel breaks or to repair these kind of tunnel breaks. Like this is, I think, on somewhere like one of the tunnels on the Bombay-Goa railway route. So you can just see the amount of water that comes in. It comes in and it brings in lot of muck and lot of soil with it. So we need something that can, at the same time, fill in that muck, say make a matrix with that muck and the soil, create a permanent barrier, and then you can go ahead and repair the tunnel. And this has to be done fairly quickly, because if this tunnel remains like this, the trains cannot run. So that is when these kind of injection grouts, like the structural polyurethane grouts, they come into place, because you can pretty much stop this water within like hours. Like you start the entire process from one end of the tunnel, by say another 3-4 hours, you can almost cover the entire tunnel. This is what we have done. Like you can see this one in action. So it's a pretty tedious job. It's also dangerous because you're working at height, and oftentimes not with much scaffolding, you know, because you have to get the job done very, very quickly. But it's only because of these kind of materials, because one is that you need very low amount of materials. Like for this entire tunnel stretch, I think they used only about 600 or 650 kilos of materials. If you are trying to do this with a cementitious grout, you would have to pump in tons and tons of it. That takes time, money, effort, and this was done with barely about 600, 700 kgs of materials, maybe a team of say about 5 or 6 people and 2 small pumps, that's it. So it makes approaching problems and solving them much more easier. The next type of material that comes in is a flexible polyurethane. So these we mostly just use to fill moving cracks, but not very against strong water inflows, but these are more for flexible cracks, things like joints. So it works a lot more in places like buildings, in basements, in water tanks, you know, places like that. It finds a lot of applications. So these are simply to stop, like, you know, wherever you're seeing dampness, not really very high volume flowing water, you can use these kind of materials to very, very good effect, and the seal is very, very permanent. Like even in our experience, some of the jobs done like maybe about 3, 4, 5 years ago, like I think we also did a building in BKC about 4 or 5 basements down. Like those kind of projects done, absolutely no problems, even after about 5 to 6 years. This kind of materials in repair also finds an application for heritage structures, Because as I said, in heritage structures, you cannot, or in brick structures or in masonry, you cannot inject it with something that is very hard or has got a very high compressive strength. You need a low modulus material which can kind of move with the dynamics of a masonry structure. So these kind of materials become very, very interesting. They don't have any compressive strength. They're very flexible, about 100, 150% elongation, and have a decent tensile strength. So anytime you want to kind of stabilize a masonry structure, like I think there is one case study with a bridge also. So this is an old masonry bridge over 100 years old, and there is a train traffic running on top of it. So this kind of a structural strengthening was done rather than using an epoxy or something like that or cement. It was done with a flexible polyurethane and a combination of a gel. So both it stops water from coming from the top, it consolidates the entire soil inside the arch structure of the bridge, and at the same time helps to hold the entire structure together. Because it's holding the entire structure together, the load-bearing capacity already increases. So a lot of these kind of applications you can do with with the PU systems. So for some more pictures of how it was done. So simply holes were drilled from the bottom in a grid structure, and the materials were injected. Just some more pictures, like some more ideas of how we can go about it. So again, if there are problems in a heritage structure, don't give up. There are today solutions and materials available to also grout them very, very reliably. But please don't go ahead with an epoxy or a high strength like a cementitious grout for those kind of applications. Okay. Then the next type of material available is something called as a silicate grout. So these are very similar to polyurethanes. Yeah, almost done. Another 4-5 slides. Yeah. They are also based on something like polyurethanes, but at the same time, the other component is silicate. So you can use them for kind of structural purposes. Like they have got a very good load carrying capacity. They have got an intense adhesion to rock strata. So even if you kind of inject this material into like a, say, a fractured rock or something like that, it just helps to hold the entire strata together. Now, the beauty about this is, this kind of materials are mostly used in tunneling, because these materials are very good in compressive strength, but they are very weak in shear. So like in tunneling, if you have a TBM machine and a lot of fractured rock, you cannot take your TBM through because the head just keeps, it just keeps kind of churning without doing anything. So in those cases, you consolidate that rock with a silicate grout, and then you can, then your TBM head has got a lot easier time going inside. You can also use this in structural rehabilitation to do very, very quick anchoring. Like I'll show you this next, oops. I think this is a little bit far for my, yeah. So normally for like say anytime you want to do these soil anchors or rock anchors, so normally what we do is we have a self-drilling anchor, or we drill a hole, fill it with a cementitious grout and put the anchor in, and then wait for it to set, and then we pre-stress it, right? Then we stress it. So in this case what you can do is this material actually gains compressive strengths of like about 50 to 60 MPa in about 1 or 2 hours. So it's very, very fast. So instead of putting in a cementitious grout, it's very thixotropic as well. You simply pump in this particular grout, put in your anchor, and within about 3 hours you can stress it. So it makes like, in very difficult areas, like in case of this bridge, for example, they wanted to anchor the foundations below because they wanted to increase the loading of the bridge. So they had a few anchors planned like this. And being a tidal area, they did not have a long time to place those anchors. So in this kind of a situation, this kind of silicate grout was simply put into like, they use the self-drilling anchors and then use the silicate grout to fill it up. So it was almost like instant anchoring. They could directly stress this in like within about 3 to 4 hours, like within the time the high tide came back in, they already had stressed it, and that way they could strengthen the foundation overall. The last material, again, it's very, very interesting. It's called as a methacrylate gel. It's a very flexible kind of a material. Basically, it is multiple components. Like there is a liquid component, the main resin, there is a catalyst, and there is a starter. So when you mix up these components and you inject it, it forms a very, very flexible, kind of very tenacious kind of a rubbery kind of a mass. So this kind of a material has got a very, very low viscosity, like barely about 5 to 7 CPS. It's almost like water. So wherever water will go, this material will go. So you can also use it to kind of stabilize clay soils or clay material. So there are different ways of doing it, but it is possible. So mostly this material finds a lot of application in soil stabilization. So especially if you want to increase the bearing capacity of your structure, like if you have differential tilting and you want to stop the structure, like really hold, make sure that the structure doesn't sink any further, you can just inject this into the soil below it. So it kind of really helps to consolidate and hold that entire strata together, and your overall load bearing capacity increases. You can see this is how it kind of looks in the soil. So even after you inject it in bits and pieces, it directly holds like sandy media or clay media, fine grained media or coarse media. It is capable of holding it together. This is just one place where we have used it as a curtain grout. That means we have made we created a waterproofing membrane on the other side of the basement. This is the last video. After that, I think the presentation is done. So just to give you an idea, this is actually a basement which is almost about close to about 18 meters below ground. Here at BKC, next to the Methi River, you can see how fast the water is flowing in. The entire wall is tremendously cracked. So you cannot follow each and every crack and try to fill it up. So in this case, what we did was we just tried to create a grid and inject this material straight into the soil. So when this acrylate goes, it mixes with the soil, it forms like a waterproof barrier on the other side of the basement, and by that you get the water stopping effect. So the procedure, of course, it remains the same. Like you have to drill the holes, you have to fix the packers, keep the materials ready, and finally go ahead with the injection system. Again, this was a project that was done, I think, almost about I would say about 6.5, 7 years ago. So far they have not seen any problems with it whatsoever. The best thing about using these kind of materials, like all these polyurethanes or methacrylates, is that they are permanent. Okay, they have groundwater certification, so they are not polluting your ground in any way. But at the same time, their permanency or their service life is very, very long. Like these materials don't really disintegrate for 50, 60, 70 years. So even if you're using it in tunnels or places like that, you do have a very, very long life for your treatment overall. That is another benefit. So here you can see the injection process actually going on. They're pumping the material, and this material is going straight across the wall into the soil on the other side. It is not being injected into the wall. It is being injected into the soil behind it. So you can see the water dripping down initially. So you go on, keep on pumping till the material reacts. It reacts very fast. So like, oh, it went by in a, okay, yeah, here it is. So you can see the material also coming out from the next packer above, but you can see that slowly the material is, the water is kind of going on, becoming lesser and lesser. And just in a matter of minutes, like maybe another about 20-25 minutes from this point, the water completely stops, I think this way. So this is kind of achievable only with these resin kind of systems. Like you can't really expect cementitious systems to work that fast, because cement you need to pump in today, you'll see what it does only about a month or month and a half later. So I think, yeah, with that, that pretty much, can you just do next? Yeah, just press the button. Acha, it's stuck. Okay, fine. So anyways, that was the last video that I had. So hopefully this gave you a good idea, like an overview of what all different technologies are available. And it can go into a lot of different areas, both stopping water, rehabilitation, soil stabilization, and it makes for very quick work of a lot of things. Like rather than spending a lot of time, effort and energy in doing this, carrying large equipments, it's, the process becomes very, very mobile. Like you can start and finish the problem within like a day or 2 days or 3 days, depending on how long it takes to get to the site. So with that, I would say thank you very much, and I'm open for a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sunny Surleka. Any questions? Quick, 1 or 2 questions.
So in VJTI, no questions is very surprising.
Yeah, presentation was too good. It was exhaustive. Various crack injection techniques involving various crack widths, depths, new materials, how to apply.
Yeah.
So everything was there in it. So
Yes. No, because it sets very, very fast. Like from the time you react the components, it forms a gel within, say, somewhere like about 30 to 35 seconds. So it's very you can't mix it and pour it.
What's the option there?
Only injection. This material can only be injected. So
Any other material?
you can use the slow setting polyurethanes. That is one option. Or if your substrate is dry, the best thing to do is epoxy. So that has got very low viscosity as well as good wetting capability. Dry surface epoxy.
No, I have been to one site where I saw a slab. Just immediately after opening the shuttering and ponding the slab from the top, the water started dripping.
Yes.
Okay. Throughout the area, say it was a 6 meter by 6 meter
slab.
Throughout the area, the water was dripping. That is the evidence of cracks being developed on the top and also at the bottom. So if such an extensive crack is developed, but strength-wise concrete is fine, design parameters-wise design was okay, but the result is that, that what the outcome of everything is that water is dripping
coming through
from the top.
Yes.
So in that case, what is to be done?
Yeah, that's what I said. So if it's a slab, if it's inside, just get it really, really dry and use an epoxy. That would be the best bet.
But the entire slab I cannot go for epoxy.
You can actually, because you just need to pour it and maybe use a squeegee or something like this. It has got a very long pot life, right?
Whether I shall have to do it from top or bottom?
No, from top.
So how to seal the bottom?
That's why your slab needs to be dry, so it pretty much kind of sucks it inside by capillary action.
But in that case, how shall I seal the bottom? I'll have to seal it. Otherwise, the epoxy will come out from the top bottom. Because thickness of the slab is not much. It will be 150, 175 millimeter.
Correct. No, but I think you can try it first, because by the time normally the epoxy, because it's a more epoxy is more viscous material, right, as opposed to water. So by the time it reaches, mostly it kind of takes its sweet time to get through that same area that water will get through. So that would be the first step to try. If not, then you will have to go for the epoxy injections on the bottom as well. Normally that would be better, but if you can't see the cracks, then that question remains, like how are you going to get into every nook and cranny?
That is the first thing. Second thing is that if I go opt for grouting it from the top, and I know that there are cracks at the bottom because water is dripping.
Yes.
So what will happen while doing the grouting from the top? The grouts will come out from the bottom.
No, it will
they will
take a lot longer. No, they will take a lot longer to drip down.
By providing some kind of shuttering.
Shuttering. That might be, but again, it's a long process.
That's a long process,
But another thing you can simply do is, like, if you have fine cracks and you don't, means you can't really see them or you can't really measure them with this, then the simplest thing to do would be just do a coating on the top. It's not a very big slab. For that particular slab, do a waterproof coating on the top and do a waterproof coating at the bottom. That will be much simpler.
The crack remains.
It's crack bridging coating.
But crack will remain inside.
Crack will remain inside. But if it's structurally okay, then it doesn't really matter, right? Then it's a durability aspect.
Because what I am presuming that it's structurally okay, reason is that no live load has come onto that slab.
Correct.
Because only the shuttering was
exactly. But those things have to be tested before. So, but we
is
can
there
develop
any polymer kind of material which by ponding on top, I can ensure that it is dripping from the bottom. Once it starts dripping, you stop putting any kind of polymer.
They have to try it out across a unit area and then go ahead. They have to try it out on a unit area and then go ahead. Because the dripping, what you said, will be very good.
Yes.
It will not be like, it's not a sieve that you water. So you have to start trying out on stages. Apply from probably 1 kg for 2 square meters. And if it is still dripping, reduce it.
By ponding.
Yeah.
Apply, no ponding.
Just
normally brush application or something like that. You just need to have the epoxy so that it comes down by capillary action.
Good presentation. I just want to add that with acrylic gels, you can have a gel time controllable. You can extend up to 1 hour.
Yeah, but then it
And as they say that, suppose, we have to fill it up, it goes and percolating, you can extend the gel time.
You
40 minutes, 50
always,
minutes.
but then it always messes with the reaction, like the kind of thing you're trying to do.
That's why it's a better solution.
Yeah.
Because actually, we have been working in Delhi, I mean, and we have done that extension of gel time possible up to 1 hour. There's no issue. Yeah.
There are no other questions. I think the session. Two excellent presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny sir, for your insightful presentation. Your knowledge and experience has added great value. Sir, please wait for a second. Now I would request Professor Abhay Bambole, VJTI, to honor our esteemed speaker, Engineer Sunny Surlaikar. Thank you, Abhay Bambole sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. R. Nagendra sir, for your valuable contribution as a session chair. Now it's time for sponsor presentation. Now I would like to invite Engineer Sandeep Ingle, CEO of Indospark Construction Service, for sponsor presentation. Oh. Dr. Apurva Biswal is there? Okay. Sandeep sir, please take up the stage.
Good evening. My name is Sandeep Ingle. I am CEO of Indospark Construction Services. We are into anchor fasteners, Indian range of anchor fasteners. We manufacture nylon anchors, chemical anchors, and mechanical anchors as well. To sum up my presentation, I have consolidated everything in a small video. I would request to present the video. Should I talk? We are manufacturing chemical anchor studs, which consist of whatever the product you receive, that will be tested with of course with a metal test certificate. Second, it's a zinc plated with a zinc plating thickness, and the third is a salt spray test. So all these products are being manufactured in Kolhapur. I would request all of you to please make up some time to come and visit our factory as well to see our products. Yeah, please.
What we are and who we are. We are first ever MSME NSIC company registered as a manufacturer and supplier to L&T Infra Portal from the Maharashtra. More than 500 plus government and private projects executed and delivered successfully till date, and having the active presence in the segments such as defense, Indian Railways and many municipal corporations. We are registered vendor to Metro Pune for anchor fastening and concrete services. We are the Limca Book of Record holder since 2015 for the rebarring. 1021 of rebars in 38 minutes and 6 seconds. We are receiver of many industrial accolades such as Member of Indian Demolition Association, Member of European Demolition Association, and Member of CII. Under the sensible guidance of our beloved chairperson, Mr. Tilakchand Ingle, and CEO, Mr. Sandeep Ingle, we embarked our journey in 1978. Let's have a brief look at our verticals now. Currently, we operate in three major verticals: ICFS Anchor Fastening System, Construction Services, and ICFS Anchor Designer Tool. First, ICFS Anchor Fastening Systems. We present an exhaustive range of solutions available in mechanical and chemical anchoring with international ETA approvals, a range of chemical mortars, pure epoxy, vinyl ester and polyester, along with appropriate anchor studs with zinc plating or SS304, SS316, technical training to fixed or on-site pull-out test facilities to validate the tensile load characteristics. Our anchor fasteners. Our anchor fasteners variety as per the mode of application type includes chemical anchor stud, CAS, Indo-Wedge anchor, IWA, nylon hammer plug, NHP, nylon FD plug, chemical mortars and accessories, chemical capsule, PU foam, drop-in anchor, DIA. Second, construction services. Our construction services include core cutting, concrete sawing, floor saw cutting, wall sawing, wire saw work, rock anchoring, rock splitting. Third, ICFS Anchor Designer Tool, Indo Expert Anchor Calculation Software. We technically recommend the right size of anchor bolts, chemical mortar, and its consumption as per the structural loading inputs provided by structural engineer. Let's take you to our manufacturing process of the mechanical anchors. Zinc plating. Chemical anchor studs, CAS. The process starts with designing and the preparation of mold for required anchor bolt size. As per the application requirement, suitable raw material is procured from the registered vendors. Actual manufacturing process assisted with rapid production and assembly to reduce the lead time. Zinc plating. Anchor fasteners are subjected to stringent quality checks after machining. Before dispatching, the machined CAS are zinc plated for enhancing corrosion resistance performance of 100 plus salt spray test hours SST. Material being packed in good quality packing and stored at warehouse. From warehouse, it is dispatched to the different location as required.
These are nylon anchors being manufactured. Packed in automatic machines.
In good quality packing and store at warehouse. We are the team of 100 plus employees with the skilled engineers, experienced technicians and visionary intellectuals. We have 1,000 plus retailers network associated with us on the solidarity of trust and integrity, and very soon we will be hustling across Pan India.
We are in the range of products which are dominated by major MNC players, and wherein we are able to dent a mark of, for anchor fastener range in India.
भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, सोच बदले, देश बदले। आओ मिलकर बेहतर भारत बनाए। हम एक है, हमारा लक्ष्य एक है, उज्जवल भारत। नई सोच है, नया जज्बा है, मेहनत से आगे बढ़ना है। विश्व में तरक्की का परचम लहराने के लिए और अपने भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए ICFS के साथ जुड़िए।
I thank you, and I invite you all for a stall over here. Please do come. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep sir. Now I would like to invite Engineer M. Ravishankar, ICI GC member as session chair. Welcome, Engineer Ravishankar sir. Now I request Professor G.J. Solanki sir, VJTI, to facilitate our session chair, Engineer M. Ravishankar sir. Thank you, Solanki sir. I request Engineer Ravishankar sir to kindly seat on the session chair seat. Our next speaker is Dr. Vinod B. Vanwari, a civil engineer graduate from MIT Pune 1988 and postgraduate in civil engineering construction and management from VJTI 1994 and doctorate of civil engineering from VJTI 2022 with redevelopment of building as an area of research. He is a fellow member of the Institution of Engineers, India, member American Society of Civil Engineers, American Concrete Institute, Indian Concrete Institute, Indian Society of Technical Education, Association of Structural Rehabilitation. His area of expertise are project management, contract administration, building structural audits, TPQA and redevelopment of buildings. He has co-authored 5 modules of working professional, including one of building maintenance and repairs, published by AICTE, New Delhi. He has presented 15 papers in national and international conference. At present, he is project facilitator for building projects in Mumbai city and honorable director on board of direction of ICACI. He is a former head civil engineer department at Sri Vilayparle Kilwani Mandal Sri Bhagubai Mafathlal Polytechnical since 1st January 2004. Prior to that, he was head of applied mechanics department and IC in charge COE and lecturer civil engineering department and in charge principal in the same institute. After joining on 18/8/1998, He is the course director. Construction supervisor training course is conducted by Indian chapter of ACI since 1998. Thus, he is in function of teaching, training and consultancy since last 37 years. Professor Vinod Vanwari was honored with award Innovation in Teaching, Learning during Conclave on Higher Education in Pune organized by Anchor Media on May 6, 2022. He was also honored professionally by Mumbai Center of Builders Association of India November 11, 2006 for taking initiative in conducting orientation program for professional development of fresh civil engineers. He was awarded Best Project Award by University of Pune 1998 for project title Improvement of Bathing Ghats at Alandi while he studies at MIT Pune. Dr. Vinod Vanwari would be presenting on topic of handholding of housing society buildings for maintenance and repairs till society is matured. I request Dr. Vanwari sir to come on the stage. I would like to say Mr. Engineer M. Ravishankar sir to felicitate our speaker. Please, sir. Thank you, Ravishankar sir. Vinod sir, kindly take up the stage.
Presentation, please. Good evening. Last presentation is challenging, but I'll be quick. This presentation I am doing on the experience of as academician and administrator who should take the ownership of the maintenance and repairs. That is the theme of the small presentation. Baseline plan would be if there are some facts, then present scenario. Some industries, let us talk about some industries before we come to building industry. Concept recommended, advantages, result discussion and conclusion. There are various kinds of structures. We all are civil engineers. You know, sometimes the advertisement comes, they normally, I don't want to tell the name of the company, they write buildings at the end. I hope some people have understood. Because they are the simplest structures. And the sad part is that we are not able to maintain that also. Buildings are simplest structure, maybe tall and sleek. Next slab is same before the lower one. However, in recent time, they have become a bit complex due to height, services, HVAC, security, etc. Initial stakeholders, when the building is under construction, stakeholders are developers, consultants, municipal authorities, etc., etc. But the moment building is complete and handed over, I am talking of the buildings of housing societies. They are, after the society formation, these are the society members are the main stakeholders and the municipal authorities. Up to 5 years, our members are many. I mean, it depends on the society, it can be small, it can be 10, 500, even more. And the people who are the stakeholders, they are not of the same brand, same discipline. They are discrete. They are discrete with respect to education and even socio-economic class. Coherency, transparency, and unity are the three bigger challenges in this society. Because as a part of my research on redevelopment, this is a clear outcome of that. They are supposed to co-live, but they fight in annual journal meetings and WhatsApp group, common. In a society of 10 members, there are 3 groups. These are the symbolic things I'm expressing. Because I was fortunate to work as
MC member as well, also for 4 years and number of years. Facts, some of the number of buildings, there are n number of building housing societies, there are many. Few buildings fall in every monsoon. I don't want to comment how many. Leading to loss of human life and property. Followed. Building are made up of RCC. Either you hear in the news or next morning Times of India is there, it gives you a picture. In spite of that, we are not serious. The sad part is that. Housing society, I don't want to name the society in that location. It was handed over in 2003. It received the first painting after 23 years, 21 years. Same other society is, OC is not there, it is still not to be, it's not painted, means 10 years have passed. This is just two, there can be any number of examples. Let me just put a light on other industries. Hospitality and aviation. There's a good feedback. Suppose I zoom out in my car from a resort, I get a link, I need to fill the feedback, and the link is so devised also, the software, that they are asking which the staff has helped you. Means the resort company is so sensitive. Electronic goods, I don't want to tell the name of the industry brand. They are so user-friendly. If I call up that my such and such guarded want to repair, sir, hold on. I will tell you what are the service centers near your residence. This is the other industry. Family doctor, again, family doctor has also improved. If 29th July is my next follow-up date, I get a flicker in the morning on WhatsApp. Are you coming or not? If any other, 3 options are there. See, these are just simple examples I've given you. Means customer is a king, or a customer delight, or total thing in other industries there. So in short concept, service after sale prevails. Let us key aspect, service after sales, that is customer delight. I will not elaborate, all are engineers. If other industries can do, why not building industry? As an academician, my question is this. Why can't in building industry provide service? Even the automobile industry, if your car is more than 5 years, 7 years, 10 years old, they are ready to repair it. But in building, jaan chudane gaye. Developer to handhold or take care of building and its facilities for 5 years only. That is RERA regulation, but that is also for structural defects. So this is a compulsory subject in the curriculum. There is no optional subject. Let the builder developer attempt to handhold maintenance and repairs for 20 to 25 years. This can be optional. That is what I am suggesting. This can be optional for a price. And or till society needs. Because in society, people are of discrete, they don't know what is the structural defects, they try to get the consultant on the board, they try to get the contractor on the board. There are good societies also, I don't say that. But if the developer has built the building, ethically, morally, if same organization handholds it, the structure will be more durable, healthy. Why not? It can be done. I remember in one of the seminar already presented, we can have a possession brochure. See, I'm buying some good, say mobile or something, I get a brochure. So if a flat worth 1 crore plus rupees is purchased by a purchaser, a good possession brochure can be evolved. Developer organization can have a separate vertical for handholding these things. The drawings today all can be stored digitally. There is a hospital in Mumbai, if you go, your x-rays, whatever reports are there, you may go after 10 years also, you don't have to take again x-ray, the hospital will tell you, sir, all x-rays are there. You are given a card, means hospital industry is there. I don't want to name the hospital, because that is beyond the subject matter. They have a contractor, consultants project-wise, they can keep a data. provides service at a price. It can be done. Results, building and structures and facilities not getting due attention for quite number of years till the society is mature or managing committee is correct. I don't say all managing committees are bad. Till the managing, if you have a correct managing committee, things are going well. Now correct here, I will not define it. All are learned people. Service by builder to handhold 5 years can be optional, or beyond 5 years can be optional. Builder or developer has a drawings, design, team, vendors, expertise, what not builder has. Followed. Some developer have even a person appointed who only handles cash. I'm really surprised. But they have all kinds of departments. So, and some developers even open a different verticals, hotels and so many things. Arey, jo business diya hai, wo to theek se karo pehle. So why not have a vertical to maintain the buildings? Win-win situation, all are benefit by society members, experts and vendors. That means even if I am a contractor, if society is calling me and if a professional person is calling, even the vendors will be more comfortable to be handled. Conclusion, handholding by developer is a win-win situation. Members get right kind of service with respect to maintenance repairs of building structure. Building is perfectly functional, brand of, many times firefighting has occurred, firefighting system is not working. This is the result because the firefighting, how to maintain the society is not either not knowledgeable or they are not sensitive enough that firefighting equipments to be in order. This is happening in high-end buildings like hotels, that is, I'm not talking of that buildings, or where the owner is one or a bungalows. There, particularly the building structures of housing societies. Developer has both expertise and resources to do this. Alteration and changes will be minimum. It will be controlled. Building can be under safe hand with a good health. Thank you. So this is a presentation. Any questions, I would be happy to answer. I have one more small presentation, if you permit, because the Amit birthday has just, next slide, next presentation. Tank. Now, this is another presentation of few slides. How to repair the tanks, overhead water tanks and underground water tanks. Next. It's relevant introduction, that is more than 7 tanks I have executed it. Executed the underground water tank also, developed method statement, presented this. I remember 25 years before the VJTI seminar hall, this paper was presented in a different level with the transparencies. Baseline plan, what are these parts, what is the peculiar about damage, technology for repair, methodology, case study, method statement, conclusion. Next. Now, overhead water tanks and underground, these are the 2 only structures in a building which are in constant touch with the water. And it are then being handled by the watchman. Unless you have an automatic system of if the water level has come down, the water will, nowadays these systems are available. They need to be periodically cleaned, inspected and corrected for any damage. If a layman society doesn't know, if the quotations are invited, the court will come 2 lakhs rupees for repairing a tank, which is absolutely absurd. Typically, what are the damages? Let us classify it into A, B, C, D, E. A is a peeling of the soffit of the plaster at the ceiling. The inner part of the ceiling plaster has gone down or concrete cover has gone down. B, the sides and bottom has got the cracks, small one. Cavity, where the water is falling, the cavitation is there. Ball wall is either not functioning or missing. 10 out of 10 tanks, only 3 tanks will have a ball wall if you do the survey. Because why? The plumber will come, the secretary will give key, jaake karke aao. The plumber will carry away the ball wall. That's the sad state. In construction industry, electrician does the chori of electric material, plumber does the chori of plumbing material because they know the right value. That is what my project management tells me. Overflow pipes getting clogged due to, because nobody has cleaned it. So these A to E are the common defects. These are analyzed, observed after executing 7 tanks. Thus, overhead water tank and underground water tanks are more damaged from inside rather than outside. That's the takeaway. So this is the tank. Maximum area of damage is there. This is overhead water tank. From outside, you will find it will look good. Cracks inside. This is the tiles level. So what you to do? On action A, the soffit plaster can be redone it in the 3 layers after cleaning the reinforcement. And if you do it in 2-3 layers, it is fine. On the sides, you can apply the food grain epoxy. Again, names I'm not telling, I'm not concerned with that. On C, water is falling, just put a marble stone. And D, repairing the ball wall needs to be replaced and again locked. So this is a simple repair which will cost hardly anything, while the quotes will come out of the bandwidth. So plan, what is the way out, how to do it? There are 2 compartments. Whatever compartment you take, the other circular should be there. And go on doing it. And communication is the key as far as this method is concerned. Tank should be periodically clean, inspected. Ball wall should be there. Tank lid should not be kept open. That is one. I give a small case study of a bigger underground water tank, which this is worth listening and watching. And the society has a different demands, and all demands were fulfilled. It was a common tank supplying water to 14 buildings. So same damage, nothing new, but how to do it, that is a skill. This was a tank. The federation said that we will give you 1 month, do it, repair. But at the same time, we should get the water. That was a challenge. So whatever fluid mechanics you have learned in BEEF 3rd year, that helps you. Calculate the discharge and have a temporary water tank. The moment municipal water comes, lift it up. And same way this tank was repaired. Application of polymer bonded hand applied in 3 layers. Laying additional water was seeping from ground with nominal reinforcement M25 grade concrete is laid. Again water thin food grain epoxy is applied. So same technique was used, but the key was that the water was supplied from alternative arrangement. So this is the way the discharge was calculated, alternate arrangement was done. And exact 1 month, the tank was repaired and handed over to the users. Method. Now this, sometime I came across 2 years back, one society is under redevelopment. They said after 6 months, we have to break the building. Why we should spend 1 lakh rupees on repairing a tank? I said, no problem, let me inspect it. So the tank was inspected and they were given a method statement. What was necessary to be repaired, that to be done, method statement was developed and it repaired costed only 37,000. While repairing a tank, the main thing one has to observe is the worker who will go inside the tank cannot breathe for a period. So if he works for 10 minutes, he has to come out, take his head out and breathe. That's the key point in getting the tanks repaired. And if the worker is with some breathing problems, that worker should not be employed on this job. This is the takeaway for that particular precaution to be done as far as this is concerned. So whenever any big operation, or rather important, I don't say big, on bridges and other things, we are preparing method statement. So sometime any specific operation is done, because method statements ensures that you are not deviating from right thing. So this is the way method statement was developed, and job was completed in another 15 days with only 37,000. Conclusion, critical observation about utility. See, normally we don't spend time on observation and survey. If your survey is proper, the cost will be proper and the method will be proper. So, and then secondly, when you are dealing with a structure where people are using, communication is important. we need to have a need-based approach and priority listing and alternative arrangements while any structure is under repair, that has to be done. So this is second presentation. That's all. I was quick, I hope. Any questions on any of both of the thing, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you, Professor.
I know all are tired or they have either understood or not understood.
I understand this was the last presentation of today's session. Very simple, but both are very, very important topics. Actually, this is the topic of the day, not necessarily for the civil engineers, for all citizens actually.
Yeah.
And the most neglected area, first topic if you take repairs and maintenance of the buildings, irrespective of the small society or big society, everyone faces the problem. It's no man's baby because the repair and maintenance is not taken care. The second one also, if you take now repair of overhead and tanks, again it's a neglected area. Even if there is a simple problem like water seepages, maybe ceiling or penetration in the wall, everything, nobody knows what to do actually in that. So, Professor Dr. Vinod has made a very beautiful presentation, very simple way actually. And I'm sure there will be a lot of questions, but at least maybe we'll take some 2-3 questions on this.
Anyone? Please.
That the Phoenix industry is neglected is that most of the developers, they are discreet. They are not organized developers. In most of the
Yes, yes. That can be, they are that blood is developing is not in their blood, you mean to say.
That is the basic reason.
That can be one.
In all small societies, you will not find any drawings, anything of that kind.
Yes.
The developers never give those things to the society that will be
But they want to run it. They don't want to give you conveyance and number of things. Yes, I agree with you.
They give you the flat and will simply go away and nothing else.
But
I'm very happy that it is addressed to all the civil engineers. Maybe we'll go back and then initiate in whatever the way we can do to address this. Yes.
any more question? Yes.
But while buying our home, we have no idea what kind of fittings, what kind of electrical fittings the builder has installed. And eventually, if you calculate, because of the cheaper electrical fittings the builder has installed, the electrical bill, if you calculate,
Yes.
it's astronomical. And sometimes the poor quality leads to accidents. And there is no way to, keep all these things in check. So if you were to inculcate all these things in your presentation and put it to someone who can bring about a change in that, it will be great.
Thank you. I agree with you. Only thing I just want to inform you and commend you that I spent 36 years in academics. Now I have decided not to be in academics. I'm another part of I'm in industry now. I don't want to tell the name where I am. But one thing more today I will tell you, corporates, big builders have come. Quality is the order of the day. It's coming up. So I hope in some days, even the customer has become vigilant. So specifications, either redevelopment projects or new projects, things are specified. And it's up to a person who spends time, they find it out. But your points are well taken. Thank you.
Professor Vanwari, nice presentation and a very apt presentation. I resonate with your thought process that the developers and the builders, they are not worried about the maintenance and they want to shy away from the maintenance. I'm incidentally in infrastructure and we are doing a lot of renovation in VJTI.
Yes.
and as a faculty to prepare the, BOQ and the tender document is a Herculean task.
Yes.
So we are in the very, spree of, modernizing VJTI.
Yes.
So we are now modernizing one of the, let us say, one department,
Correct.
which is costing 3 crores rupees.
Correct.
So mostly there are partitions and then AC fittings and then the bathroom fittings and so many fittings. Very minor structural repair work.
Correct.
So there we are putting a condition that 5 years completely comprehensive maintenance.
Yes.
But whenever the pre-bid meeting is there, the contractors, they say, sir, आप ये 5 years का क्यों रख रहे हो?
हाँ.
Why you are not keeping it 2 years?
अच्छा.
I say that you charge accordingly.
Correct.
Okay, sir बोले फिर भी सर आप ये दो साल कर दो.
जान
So
छुड़ाना
what
है.
is this mindset?
Yeah, that comprehensive guarantee will come, I think.
So we have to insist. I
Yeah,
say,
yes.
no, I want it.
In cars, you see the advertisement by the car, they are saying 3 years comprehensive, this thing, it is coming. In building industry, it will come.
I say you charge it. You
Yes.
count that particular price accordingly, and why I am not asking you any rebate.
Yes, yes.
So we are also we have to change the mindset. We
Yes,
are not
it will take, but
we should not be taking the rebate from the developer or the contractor every time.
Correct.
Because if you take the 10% rebate, you pay 50% more over the period of 5 years.
Correct. Yes, I agree with you.
Rather you pay 5% more and have the peace of mind for another 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir.
Okay, so that's what another comment from my side.
Thank you.
Applicator of waterproofing job.
Yeah. Haan, Sunny, any question?
Sir, one thing.
Always comes like how long do you maintain it, or
Yeah.
how do you go about the assurance part of it.
Okay.
So there has to be a two-pronged approach. Like you
Yeah.
also have to ask the person who's contracting or the person who's applying,
Yes,
or who's
yeah.
doing the work. What do you want? For what work that you will execute will you
Yes,
give this?
absolutely.
Because we cannot be giving him something
No,
that
no,
is, from our
I am
side,
with
which
you.
might be technically incorrect.
No, you have to develop, one has to develop a method statement keeping him involved. Yes.
The responsibility matrix.
Because if I skipped it, if you see properly, even I am writing when the society is expected to honor his RA1 bill, RA2 bill, RA3 bill. Because the contractor may not have a confidence in the society. It is the consultant who is playing a pivotal role to, भाई इसने काम किया अभी पैसा दे दो इसको. So if the consultant say like with a bold thing, so we have to involve the contractor as a partner.
Correct, because
Yes.
it has to go as a solution, not
Yes,
as a
yes, I am with you.
passing off of responsibility.
No, I totally agree with you. Yes, anyone more questions?
I think of 4 questions that were asked. 3 were hinging on certain deliverables not being delivered, like specifications not being adhered to, or the developer not delivering as promised and things like that. Sir, I am a techno-legal specialist in the construction domain.
Yes.
I would like to say that we engineers are excellent in engineering domain.
Correct.
But most of us lack the legal knowledge when it comes to implementation and application of law, construction law.
Yes.
For example, many times when I preside over arbitration, I see that there is complete lack of understanding of a contract, because for a person, for a contract means only bill of quantities. It doesn't mean general conditions, it doesn't mean, they're all there, but nobody reads it.
Yes.
So my appeal to everyone here is that please treat contract seriously. It is not just a bill of quantities or measurement book.
Yes.
And many times, like we are just speaking that the developer does not maintain. There is something called SLA, Service Level Agreement.
Yes.
In that SLA, you have to detail out what do you mean by maintenance.
Yes.
How many times, by what means.
Yes.
See, just application of a membrane waterproofing will not do.
Correct.
You need to define what actually it is technically.
Correct.
And there's no harm in hiring some experts, paying 5% of the project cost, instead of tomorrow landing up in an arbitration and spending thrice that amount. So I think this is something which is required. And in conclusion, I'd like to also appeal, take this opportunity that we do not have a civil engineers bill in the country. We are now behind it, because as you all know, with due respects, there is something called an Architects Act amendment coming up,
Yes.
which makes civil engineers subservient to architects if it is passed in the present form, and we will all be working under architects, no hard feelings about architects. So I appeal that all of you should wake up in your respective districts in Maharashtra. You have to lead a movement
where the civil engineers are recognized, and we will fight this in the monsoon session of Parliament. The amendments to the Architect Act is going to be introduced.
Okay.
It has crossed Niti Aayog, but we are returned to the Prime Minister's office, we are returned to Niti Aayog.
Fine.
Just yesterday I returned to the director. So appeal is that kindly wake up to the fact, we will share what is the amendment to the Architects Act, and that is going to be draconian. It is going to wipe out civil engineering practice independently if it is going to be
Correct.
enacted. Thank you.
Horrible. Thank you. I got your point. Fully agree with you. Yes, any questions more?
No, only the thing is what we feel into the maintenance and all the problems start from client also and from us also. We want to things that cheap and best. Cheap and best is the main culprit. Client also many times doesn't wants to pay.
Yes.
And our clients are very happy कि मैंने 100 रुपए का काम 70 रुपए में करवा लिया.
वो तो उसका आदत है.
तो फिर 100 रुपए का काम 70 में होगा तो प्रॉब्लम होगी. So we मतलब and so many times like Professor Mr. सर आपका नाम
बांबोले
साहब बोले कि I want to pay more. Now हमारे इंडस्ट्री में कोई पे मोर की बात नहीं करता है. नेगोशिएशन मीन्स लोएस्ट. हम कई बार बोलते हैं नेगोशिएशन मीन्स हायर साइड में भी बात करो कि if your rates are not workable, I will reject you.
Correct.
I will
Absolutely.
like to work on workable rates.
Yes.
क्योंकि if you are not earning the profits, you will cheat me. So
Correct.
that concept has to come. This is my suggestion.
Accepted.
Thank you all. I think this is an interesting topic.
Thank you.
We'll go on and on and on. Maybe we can discuss with Professor.
Anytime.
Tomorrow also you can discuss. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Excellent topic. Very well presented. Thank you so much.
Now I request Dr. V. Ramchandra, President, Indian Concrete Institute, to honor our esteemed speaker, Dr. Vinod Vanwari, sir. Welcome, Ramchandra, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vinod Vanwari, sir, and Dr. Ramchandra. Thank you, Engineer M. Ravishankar, sir, for your valuable time as session chair.
Thank you to all delegates and esteemed speakers for your valuable time, insights, and active participation throughout the day. High tea is available outside. Kindly enjoy your tea. With that, I am pleased to announce that the first day of the conference has concluded. A day full of engaging discussions. Truly appreciate your enthusiasm and contribution. We look forward to welcome you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. A small announcement for GC member. The GC meeting is held today evening at MCA Hall, BKC. All the GC members are invited for GC meeting. Buses are available at gate number 1 to take you to the MCA Hall. Thank you.